Hello, everybody, and welcome to Mythical Rollers, a community of people who just enjoy everything related to tabletop role playing games. Whether you're a forever DM, it's me, I'm the forever DM, or players, that's everybody else. Or some of them used to be a DM and now are players. Apparently, that's a thing that happens when they find a unicorn and give it cupcakes. I haven't found my unicorn apparently, so I'm still the forever DM. But we are community open to all except for jerks and haters. You know who you are, and we have people from all over the world, from Canada, Australia, from the east to west coast of the states. We are got them. They're here. Crazy. Um, we do have a couple of announcements. First of all, I can officially say we are partnered with Die Hard Dice. We are part of their Dice Affiliates team, and what that means is it's a collaboration between us and them, and try to help each other. We advertise some of their products. Um, we did so with the battle royale, their Die Hard Dice, the dice set. At the time of the battle royale, we were not yet partnered with them, so this one doesn't count. However, future ones might. Excuse me, but part of that is we get to hand out discount codes. So, if you are a dice goblin and you love dice, go to dieharddice.com and on checkout use the code Mythical Feb for Mythical February. That's the code. You get 10% off your entire order, and using the code will eventually help us. I think maybe I don't know. Um, but just being able to jump onto that name and they retweet us or advertise for us is going to be huge to pull in viewers and players and things like that. So that's pretty cool. Um, there's so much. There's so much. We are working on a web page. It's technically up. If you want to go to mythicalrollers.com, you can. It is not even a baby page. It's like a just concepted page. There's a picture. Um, I think a brief message, and then links to the social media. There's nothing else that's live on it yet. We are still working on it. But that has been like a within the past 3 days thing. So we'll get there. Eventually, we'll have merch up there. We'll do links to all of our videos up there, and maybe have some personal blogs, not just something me as a DM, but some of the players could jump on there and kind of just a home for us all to utilize. I don't know. It's all like crazy ideas. Um, what prompted that is we are testing a different virtual tabletop, one that is more all inclusive and can handle um, more detailed maps. Roll20 is a fantastic tool, especially for people just starting. But I have other map making software that can have animations built into the map that the virtual tabletop we are testing can import and use. And then it'll be one page instead of right now we have two that we have to have up in order for our character sheets to link up. But that'll be linked to our website here fairly soon too. So you might see some changes happening here. Another thing is the Descent into Avernus game is on hold for the time being. Um, Whenever Mythical Rollers announced that we're just not going to accept any sort of hate or negativity or putting other people down, um, some players thought that that was an infringement on their rights and have left the community. And so um, In order to not have 2 or 3 games that were missing a bunch of people, Mythical Rulers decided to ask those players if they would consolidate, so that instead of there being 2 games that would have to be down players, it's just the one game. And we're working on it. We will get back to there being a Sunday game, whether that's Descent into Avernus or dun dun dun, my own homebrew come to life. Um, we I have started making those maps since we're testing the new virtual tabletop. I That is coming together sooner than I expected because of all this. So, a lot riding on that new virtual tabletop. We'll see how it goes. We do have a couple people playing in it now, testing it out. A lot of things are good, some things are not as good, but I think the overall experience will be for the better. So we'll keep everybody posted on that. Um, we do have a one shot this month on the 20th, and it's going to be kind of a masquerade ball mystery. Who done it? The butler with the uh, long sword down at the galley is who killed Bloody Mary or something. I don't know. I won't be running or playing that. That'll be ran by our one of our moderators. She plays Portia in the Waterdeep campaign, or Lulu in the Curse of Strahd campaign. Um, and Curse of Strahd was supposed to play yesterday, but we rescheduled that for October 26th. So that hasn't been canceled. We're coming back. What? No, not October. You're right. February. February 26th. I was thinking Halloween. And Curse of Strahd. Like, like everything squished. Like, oh man. No. February 26th. I think, gosh, is it even the 26th? It is. February 26th. We're coming back. 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, picking up where we left off, where our quote baby elf had fallen down 3 4 flights of stairs, and our own mixed breed jumped after him and tried to save his life. Didn't realize there wasn't enough room to open up their wings, and fell hard. But at the last second, as I was about to roll one more and potentially last death saving throw for Baby Elf, she cast Spare the Dying, negating the final roll. So we'll pick up Curse of Strahd with that. That'll be a lot of fun. Remember, we're all in costume, with makeup and outfits and accents. We get into it. That is the knees bees. Um, but I think we were going to be doing a raffle this month. However, some internal changes have made that not quite as a priority. Trying to figure out as we moved from one platform to the other, as far as streaming platforms are concerned, or streaming software. Excuse me. Still trying to figure things out, but other projects push that project back. We still have the merch to do it. We still will. It's just a matter of how to get the streaming software to link up with the capturing of the inputs, and we'll get there. We'll figure it out. It will be made a priority very soon. Um, I think I think that's it as far as announcements that I have. Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump into tonight's game of Rime of the Frostmaiden. A lot happened last time. I think I will do the recap just so everybody can just sit back and feel the feelings again, as when last time, as the after the party had seemingly successfully saved Forge Hammer, sort of. I mean, he was dead, but the Durgar were dead too. Um, the Forge Maidens suddenly arrived, and in their lead, the Forge Matron, which seems to be Forge Hammer's wife. There was some bickering between her and his cold dead corpse as she bitchingly removed the giant black stalactite in his chest and had one of the Battlehammer diamonds brought over to bring him back to life. Um, the same was attempted for the supposed drow slave Gisele. And when that diamond shattered, some of these motes of light disappeared into shadow. And one of you were able to see that even those shadowy pieces did go into Gisele's body. And however, the resurrection seemed to have failed. The Battlehammer clan, um, or at least Sinon of the Battlehammer clan, said, there's a chance that we can preserve the body if you can find maybe someone with her magic can bring it back, more of the dark, shadowy nature. And so they the preserve the body spell was basically done on Gisele's body, turning her into her normal 6'2" self into a nice 1 foot silver statue. Um, a lot a lot of additional information was said between Forgehammer and the party as a whole, where some some revelations were given as far as the Oathmaker clan's involvement into the invasion of the Battlehammer clan, where very clearly, according to Forgehammer, the Oathmakers were there, and then suddenly so were Duragar in their midst. Um, a extremely large fight obviously ensued where you guys were able to see in the Great Hall. There was just a plethora of dead dwarves and Duragar. Um, and this weird tunnel that as you guys kind of started your rest seeing the armies of Battlehammer mobilized of where what was once a peaceful slumbering nation full of joy, laughter, even during a sorrowful time as the prince's passing, has definitely turned, has like a switch was flipped, has definitely done a 180 to stone face, serious, and pieces of armor that maybe haven't seen the light of day in a century or two have been polished, worn, and everybody, including children, is armed and has some form of armor on. So, when we pick up today, I had you all um, collectively within our Discord kind of decide what it is that you wanted to request. As the bag of colding was being surrendered up to the Battlehammer clan. Part of that particular deal was receiving the tent that was originally handed out to you during the trek for Ubok's remains, or the Vengeance of the Yeti, excuse me. And because in a roundabout technical way, you did save Forgehammer's life. He did say that prior to you all leaving, if there was anything within reason for you to request, now would be the time. Before, because as soon as you do leave, the hospitality of the Battlehammers will be closed to you until this current situation is resolved. And that just has to do with the fact that Thynar is an Oathmaker, or as Forgehammer was saying, Oathbreaker, as a term to be put down term. So, um, I do know, if I recall, Fenris was trying to get to Gisele's room, was unable to, and so I believe you were able to just find a dark corner, probably somewhere, or yeah, basically as we ended. Yeah, okay. So what we're gonna do is I want you guys to 100% finalize your requests, and then we will go through like every day who wants to do what. We'll kind of just see where that progresses and takes us. I do know that you guys only want to stay a max of about 3 days, so um, if it makes sense to speed that up, I will. But it's I leave it to you. I leave it to you all. What as the as sleepless, restless rest is had, a technical long rest is had. So any spells, abilities, or healing is there, and you're while you're not exhausted to the point of having a point of exhaustion, you are exhausted. Um, while you had long rest, except for Marcel, who slept like an angel. Um, the the rest of you, as you know, the weight of what has transpired, of how since you all began this adventure, how many friends have passed away to this? How many potential allies have you seen come and go? How many loved ones are no longer with us? And now to have the potential betrayal of an entire clan. That's that's nothing easy to work through. So rest is broken. Um, no real good or bad dreams, just a stressful night. But as far as recovery is concerned, the technical long rest is there. So, what would you all like to do? Alright, so rations, water scan, sling, and ammo. Now, your book, you can't hear Marcel. Okay, I will turn him up. Nope, you're good. I'll turn you up on my end. Say, what about now, Forest Wild? Can you hear him now? There's a. He says nothing, just cracking. That's odd. Can't hear anything from Thynar either. Okay. No, we're having a great time. Oh, you know why? You know why? It's turned off. Uh huh. Probably because my headset is loud enough that you can hear them. I bet if I change this to that, how about now?
Are
Hello?
we good now?
Yeah, I can hear Thynar.
Yeah.
Are we
Yeah.
okay?
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. I told you one of these days, y'all, I'll figure out this whole digital DM thing.
It's going great so far.
Sling ammo, pages for your book. No, I didn't think your
hmm
book took any pages.
The way it works is you transcribe on paper. Uh, I have to look it up. I believe it's 10 minutes per spell level. And then you can awaken the book. And from there, it becomes the um, spell focus. but you got to have one backup spell book to use to transcribe to the new one to awaken it.
Really? I thought you
At least
just
that's the way
like.
I understood it.
I just thought you bibbity bobbity booped. It was there. Technical terms. Bibbity bobbity boop.
Maybe I
Let's
misunderstood
see.
it.
No, no, no. It could have been me. Let's take a look here. Using specially prepared inks and ancient incantations passed down by your order. Awaken arcane sentience from spellbook while you're holding the book. It grants you following benefits. Use the book as spellcasting focus. Place the damage. If necessary, replace the book over the course of short rest by using your wizardry quill to write arcane sigils in a blank book or a magic spell book to which you're attuned. Got it. Now I understand. Okay. Got it. Sling, ammo, spellbook, rations, water, and find familiar components.
Mm-hmm.
How many castings are you looking to potentially
Uh,
get?
Looking for at least one, possibly two castings.
Okay. So, do you have? Well, I don't know if you do. So, like 10 gold worth of herbs and charcoal, like
Mm-hmm.
that's probably like 10 pounds of stuff. Like
Okay.
that's like, charcoal is cheap. Herbs are cheap. When you're thinking about collecting 10 gold worth of these things, like
Right.
that's a huge
A lot.
brown sack of stuff.
Okay.
So just logistically, keep that in mind. Now the group does have one bag of holding. I don't remember if another one was offered, as well as no. You guys decided on the tent instead of asking for another bag of holding. So
Okay.
you might just have like a brown sack on top of your backpack, and that'll just be it. So
Okay.
we'll see
Well,
how
I'll
that
just
goes.
go with one. I'll just go with one set as a replacement,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Right. And then everybody pretty much wants upgraded armor and weapons. Upgraded armor and weapons and ammo for their super fun gun.
Yes.
As far as materials are concerned, was there anything else you guys wanted? Got the tent.
Kegs
got
of ale.
Kegs.
I need kegs of ale.
Plural.
Right.
Kegs,
Right.
plural.
Or one big barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Kegs of ale. Yep. Okay. All right. So I've got the list. Who, as morning has you all, what would you like to do after sending your requests off with one of the little drow boys kind of wandering around in patrol is what he says, as he has a cute little dagger on his side that to him is like a short sword. So, but he's got the typical dwarven helmet on that doesn't fit his head, so like the nose guard comes down to like just past his chin. He's adorbs. He's adorbs.
Cute.
But yeah, the day is yours. So if anybody wants to do anything in particular specifically, we can roll through that, or we can just zip on ahead.
No.
No.
I will be trying to figure out how long until the armies march.
Okay.
That's Thainar's goal.
So you can. So whenever you get up on the following day, and whether you guys individually go or as a group go back into the Great Hall for breaking of the fast, the first thing that you guys would notice is this 300 by 100-foot room is packed with dwarves in armor and weapons. Where before there wasn't quite so many, um, and some are paler than others. It kind of asking around, where did all these come from? It turns out that the tunnels extend further down and around and beyond, and there are families within families in caverns down below. But when the drums of war are summoned, it kind of echoes throughout all of these chambers, and they basically it's a call to arms, call to act. And so families who may not have seen each other in 20, 30 years are coming back up, and they their style, their style of armor is very interesting. There are still some sets of armor where it looks like they're just in a tin can, but that's what they have. The more advanced plates, which everything's in sections and built onto different layers. That's not what they had. But you try to hit them, and that thing is gosh darn near impossible. They may not go very fast, but they don't need to. All they have to do is stand there. um, but the history of just like the different sets of armor and weapons and the designs of different things, it is insane, and no rust amongst any of that. All pristine. Um, I mean, but that kind of makes sense. You're under the layer of ice. You're closer to at least a pocket of magma. There's not really a whole lot of moisture in the air. Um, but as you guys look around, there's very few places to sit as people are eating, and it's not the fanfare there was in the past. It's a basic meal. There's water, and you're told that ale is on ration, and you only get one a day. So choose which meal you want it for. And kind of looking around, there you can see where from that tunnel a large uh, black and red worm has been pulled out of this tunnel. And looking at the front of it, it looks like a trimmer kind of a worm, where when it opens up, there's just all these serrated teeth, and you can kind of tell that even its saliva seems to have some sort of acidic properties, as when they're dragging it, and the blood is kind of oozing out, it's leaving like a smooth section in this rock. And this black rock, you guys have seems like it's damn near impossible to dent or damage. And for this weird worm thing to be able to, um, it is crazy. You can see where there is a lot of old scarring on it, and it appears where there's four, six or seven. It's hard to tell, and it looks like spikes or something embedded into its flesh that have eyelets, and you can see chains that are half broken behind it as it's being dragged, almost as though this thing was chained to something else as it was forced to feed on the rock. Um, but this thing is a monster. It's about 20-foot diameter, just its mouth, and it's you only see about maybe 30 feet of it as it's coming out of as they're pulling it out of the tunnel. Um, so this thing is a monster, but kind of the hubbub and the general buzz around is um, once they pull out this monster, they're sending the armies through. There seems to be different pockets as you follow this particular tunnel where a group of people could hang out while this thing is tunneling. They were able to find at least 3 campsites where like residue of something burning was there. This was definitely not a quick process. This has been something that's been in the works for some time. Even with this beast, they don't think it would have. It had to have taken a couple of years.
Is it dead?
It is dead. The beast is dead, and the blood melts rock.
Mm.
They
Can you
are.
tell what are you doing to it? What are you doing with it?
They are right now just trying to get it out of the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
They are just pulling it out.
Oh man.
They're yeah, they are using those eyelet hook things to their advantage, but I mean that those things are further down its body. There's no way the battle hammer did that to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of the wounds that it has are mostly on its frontal face area. The rest are old scars. Like this thing was forced into labor, not treated very well, and whatever these spiky things are that are embedded into its flesh, who knows? Um, so as far as when the armies will march, there's not a whole lot of buzz about when. It's been
Mm-hmm.
mostly about where does this tunnel go and can we use it to our advantage.
And it sounds like they were planning this attack for a while if it took that long for this worm to chew in.
And that is again that's general hubbub. So that's
Mm-hmm.
just conversation you're hearing others talk about. Nobody official has spoken to you all. Um, so those are just whispers of rumors that you're hearing. So take it with a grain of salt. It could be fact that that's how long it took, or like the telephone game, some details could be missed.
I'd like to take a little bit of the blood you said that was eating the stone and go over to the tunnel and investigate to see if that was what it was using to dig through or if it was actually chewing the rock and about how long it might take it to get through.
So as you try to approach the worm, some of the Battlehammer clan drop their halberds and point them at you.
Oh.
And I don't know what you'll do, but you'll stay back if you know it's good for you.
That's fine with me. I was just going to try to document what was going on with the worm and see if I could see how long it was taking it to chew through the rock to get here.
Right, you're one of those learner types, eh?
Some say, yeah.
All right, in you go. Just don't touch anything. If that thing can eat through that rock, you'll be dead in a second.
All right, thank you.
So give me a dope ass roll.
All right. Investigation.
Let me open up your character sheet. Hang on a second. Bum, 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 bum. There it is. Open, open, open. There's Marcel. So you're just trying to see if the blood is what ate at the rock or if it's something more?
Basically, see if it's the blood or saliva or the teeth that did the actual chewing through the rock.
I got it.
And if it is acid, I can drop some of it on the stone and see how quickly
Got
it
it.
eats.
Yep. In that case, yes. Give me a investigation roll.
All right. And on investigation, I just click the B.
Or the number, the +5,
Okay.
and that should, if you have Roll20 up, and everything has to be in Chrome, not Safari.
Okay, I believe I am in Chrome.
Hey, you got it.
Go.
Okay, so
It worked, all right.
with a 15, it's not too bad. First, you have never seen this thing ever before. This thing is fascinating. And as you're kind of looking into the maw of it, trying to stay back, not be in their way, specifically not trying to touch anything.
Right.
As they are pulling this beast, there's a couple things that you can see. You can see that the teeth seem to be rotating. Every time that
Okay.
this thing gets shoved forward, it seems like it's whatever this mandible is on some sort of a rotation, and it's not like a 360 rotate. It like goes one way and then swivels back, one way and then swivels back, as though
Okay.
within the different layers, as though they do this like opposite gears to grind things away.
Like ligaments are pulling it in either direction and then
Yes.
relaxing and
Yep.
pulling it. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. Um, and then you can also see where some kind of, the best word is gland or something, has been punctured in the to you would be the upper left inner jaw, and that is whatever is leaking from there. First of all, you see that there are remains of drow, or not drow, of Battlehammer clan in there. Uh, you can see that this thing that has been punctured, the like the remnants of the metal that punctured it is kind of in the jaw still, kind of just sitting there, and it looks like just a puddle of liquid metal.
Okay.
Um, and that, as they're not very, they're trying to get this beast out. They're trying to be as careful as they can, but that seems to be like sloshing out, and that's more what seems to be melting this rock than the actual blood. It looks like it's
hmm
just currently mixing in with the blood, which is why at first you thought the blood is what was melting it. But as you're
Okay.
getting a better look, it seems to be something within the beast's mouth and the weird um, rotating jaws in order to kind of dig as it consumes these rocks. It melts things in its path. At least one is punctured. You don't know if there are any others. You don't see anything that stands out. You would not even have seen this had there not been the hole and the drip and the pile of silvery metal right
Mhm.
underneath it. Strangely enough, though, there's no odor. Not even a
Okay.
decomposition odor.
From the dwarves left in the mouth, there's nothing coming out of that.
From the dwarves, from the mouth, from the worm of the corpse of the worm.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
It's in a state of decay. It looks like it's been dead for at least a day, but there's no necrotic death smell.
Okay.
Hmm.
It'll take a while for me to do actually this investigation, and I'll make notes of it. But
So if we, let's see, if I go to here and I want a freehand draw, if I go and teeth, 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 and another row of teeth, and another row of teeth. Like it's kind of ish. Obviously the length isn't like perfect. It's much longer than that. But basically the whole front of it is just an open maw with rows and rows and rows of teeth going into its mouth, forming a more cone. And there's multiple sets of these rotating jaws or something.
It's a giant lamprey. Looks like
I don't know what that
Yeah.
is.
it's a jawless fish, eel type thing that does exactly what it is. What you're describing.
Oh, perfect.
yeah,
Well, cool. Whatever that is, I just made that shit up. But
It's
hell
terrifying.
yeah, I'm
that was
glad
it
it's.
scarier.
I mean, this one's bigger, so
Oh yeah.
Oh, like
Now, is it scarier that something from your imagination actually exists in life?
No, I find that happens a lot actually, especially with D&D and just basically everything that that I think is really cool and awesome turns out to be some sort of aquatic creature anyway. So
True.
fucking ocean full of aliens, I swear.
Mhm.
So while Marcel is taking an up close and personal look at this creepy worm thing, the rest of you have a very bland breakfast and water, unless you're partaking of your daily source of ale. Is there
Not yet.
anything else that you would like to do?
I the creature also interest Kappa. Um, as Marcel's walking up, I kind of follow. Basically, I'm just going to, for the time being, just help try to figure out what this thing is the with the dwarves, and maybe doing what I can to ask for like just cuts of its meat.
Of course.
What do you
Um,
expect?
so your requests for samples of it are vehemently denied, mostly due to the fact that they just don't know what could come out of its flesh. Um, they already accidentally poked this acidic gland. Fighting this beast, you find that 10 of them died
Okay.
just for almost instant melting, as this thing's breath weapon, it was able to spray projectile that in a kind of a mist pattern. And I mean, there are some that survived. There's a couple of dwarves that did survive, and they have a hollow cheek on one side where their teeth now show through.
Uh,
It
I also
was
inquire.
very
Sorry.
quick. Go ahead.
I also will inquire if we're able to collect any of this secretion.
You're going to be told. You're you're going to be told no.
Okay. I'll just watch from afar.
Not to be offensive, like you did some great things for the clan, but they kind of look over to Thynar. You're in party with a potential enemy, and he's only alive, and the rest of you are only alive by the grace of the Floor Chamber. So you would not ask more than what you're due.
Understood.
Okay. Anybody else? We're gonna turn forward time. Zip on through to the next day.
What are we doing? Fëanor is going to. He's going to keep listening to what people are talking about, and then the tunnel itself, is it being investigated yet?
So pulling this thing out is going to take hours. Like they are trying not to slosh whatever this crazy acid is. They are taking their time with it. And the bits of conversation that you get are going to be throughout the day. Like it's not just right at breakfast that you're hearing all this. It's going to be throughout, sitting there for at
Okay.
least 2 or 3 hours. Within that amount of time is when Marcel is looking at things and Kappa is looking at things. Like it's not quick. This is very detailed, looking at trying to figure some things out. But in that time, they're still slowly pulling it. It's maybe moved 6 inches.
Oh, okay. It's blocking the
Bec-
whole tunnel.
it's still in the
Yeah.
tunnel. Yeah, and that's just because there's currently only you don't see any forge matrons. So they've already lost some and there's no bodies. So
Mhm.
there's no way to use one of the battle hammer diamonds to bring anybody back. There's no body. The there may be higher magics that a body doesn't necessarily matter, but who knows how to tap into such things. Um, so the current army is being very slow and gentle with it, because they just don't want something to spontaneously cut open, and if it's one little nick to that gland, it's so much damage. They're afraid
Mhm.
of something had to make it. That's got to be in here somewhere. We don't want that. We want to get this thing somewhere to melt, like
Mhm.
out of here. So yeah, they're not quick. They are very much taking their time.
Okay. I'm gonna wait until everybody else is done, probably around night or whenever, and try to gather everybody in one place to kind of talk over things. So
Okay.
whenever you guys are done.
Okay. Naval, anything?
Yep.
You're just kind of
So
hanging out with everybody?
yeah, just want to do something. So I'm assuming that he'd have to wait to do this until they get some of the equipment they asked for. But he did get the idea that because he has his cool fancy magic gun that he hasn't really had the chance to use yet because it doesn't have bullets for it. He wanted to see if he could acquire some metal so he can tinker himself a bullet press so that he can make bullets while out on adventure.
Okay.
That's something he can do.
That has been added to your request list.
Okay, the press or the materials to make it.
Either or.
Okay, yeah, if there's one already, then I'll just take a press. Okay, all right,
Got it.
cool.
Got you.
Wasn't sure about that. Awesome. Well then, I mean that's really about the only thing I
Just
thought
gonna
that I
hang
had
out.
to do. So
Cool.
I'll hang out with Thynar. Kind of just wait with him.
And Mr. Shadows, you're gonna just misty step over to somewhere and disappear for the day, or
Yeah, I would just sneak away and practice honing my skills. Well, unless somebody asks for me, I'm just practicing every
you're
day.
going back down to the practice area.
Yep.
You're gonna pick
I
up
won't. I
these
won't.
this same hard rock swords.
No, I'm going to not hit a dummy. I'm going to use my own swords and just do like routine, different formations and just swing in the air kind of thing, so I don't bust my hands open again.
Sure. So you're while the specifically while the worm is out, they're kind of keeping you guys in the Great Hall, but it's not difficult to find a section more towards a wall or even in your guys' room, where you could do these things and not be looked at as a threat. Not like you're trying to antagonize anything. Um,
Mhm.
so, with your requests done, the worm investigated a very boring breaking of the fast, an equally boring breaking of the lunch, and a little bit better as far as dinner is concerned. Um, Still no forge hammer. By the time dinner ish is about, the worm has been pulled out of the hole. You can see the worm itself is 50 feet long. So
Oh,
Oh boy.
they are slowly moving it to the only area of lava that you guys know of is towards the back. So you don't know if that's where they're taking it or what. A few of the Forge maidens have arrived, and they are in full. It looks like some sort of white plate. They seem to be able to move very freely in the plate armor that they wear. Um, but they have healed who they could. The moving of the worm is a little bit faster, but they are still very much taking their time with it. But as night progresses, Thynar calls a Frosted Friends meeting.
okay. Is there a private area anywhere? Are chambers private?
Probably
So
our
your
quarters.
chambers are only for you guys, you all.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nobody else um, goes in there, as far as like no other guests go in that room. That's just for you all.
Okay. Oh wait, I'll take everyone in there. So, I'm starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, and
Oh,
I'm not quite sure what to do here. So, I feel like I need to get moving as quickly as possible, but I don't know what the rest of you think, and I don't want to presume, especially with what you've heard recently.
Yeah, I wasn't even part of your group, and they're pushing me back from things I was doing previously.
Aye.
I was getting that kind of feeling too. I could kind of sense it off you that you were getting a little antsy.
Well, when your entire clan is being accused of something and everyone distrusts you, it's a bit hard to keep a cheery smile.
Understandable, understandable. Or I could do my best to understand.
I appreciate that. So, I guess what I want to ask is, how long do we want to try to stay here and prepare, and or if is everyone prepared to go to my clan and try to stop this from happening?
Mm.
Oh, has only one day passed since most of this
Yes.
transpired?
This
I
is
was
this
gonna-
is the this is the following night.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was just yesterday that Gray was kicked into the pit of lava.
I was gonna ask
So
out of character too. Did we find out how long until the clan leaves to head towards?
You have not.
Okay, all
Not
right.
yet.
Okay, all right.
So it appears that most of our preparations are been met or ready to go. So I guess hanging out any longer is just wasting time.
I think weren't there some of you that wanted to request some weapons or armor? Do we have enough rations, things of that nature?
I know. Yeah, I know. I did.
The rations I got.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
That makes things easier.
Mr. I could cook with his knife.
Thank the gods for Kappa.
Hopefully, most of our stuff will be ready tomorrow. If not,
Mm,
then we may want to stay one more day. But
I
I
I
could leave.
I had one more thing I was going to do, but if we're going to be leaving in like the next day, then I can just finish it up by tonight, and then I'll have it ready by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not gonna say what yet. It's gonna be a surprise.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
Um.
guess
been working on something.
I guess the consensus might be is once we get all our stuff, if it doesn't take too long, we can just head out afterwards.
Okay. All right. Is there any of you that I wanted to try to see if we could figure out when the Battlehammer clan was going to leave, so we could, get a head start?
I
But
yo.
I don't think I'm the right one to ask at this point. So,
Mm,
I have a feeling that at this moment none of us are. Just the fact that we are affiliated with you has seemed to decrease our standing.
I
So
can.
I was
Sorry.
going to say if any one of us has a better chance of inquiring than the other, I was thinking Marcel would be the best person since the clan contacted him and he
aye.
works for them, at least in what you do. At least I feel like he had the best chance
Would you?
of getting some solid answer.
I'd be glad to ask and see. Didn't the Forge Hammer ask for us to come see him?
I don't remember I was
Mm.
wallowing in self pity.
I don't quite remember myself either.
Mm, I
mm,
don't think
DM, did
so.
you? I thought you said something about we were summoned by Forge Hammer, or did I mishear that?
That happened last time already.
Mm.
As
Okay.
far as it was, I
Oh,
just had
right.
this giant rock pulled out of my chest.
Yep.
Let's take a rest, and then we'll reconvene, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll threaten your lives to get the bag of colding.
Mm-hmm.
And
mm,
then it
Mhm.
All right.
was, we're on lockdown. You can't leave. The guest quarters are still yours. Um, any last reasonable requests for saving my life.
Mhm.
You have the night to figure that out and tell the clan in the morning, and that's kind of where that was left.
Okay. Yeah, I will be happy to go and see if I can ask when they're planning on marching to Oathmaker and see if they'll volunteer anything. Uh, from the last meeting, I believe he was offering for us and kind of under the table, hoping that we would go and find a resolution and what happened with your clan. So I don't think he'll stop us. I just don't think he'll let us back in until we have a good, solid answer.
I agree. We also need to find out how to get our, well, Gisele back to a state other than dead.
I believe we have 299 days at this point.
That's a lot of days, I will admit. They've got some powerful magic. I can do around like 30. I can't do that long. So, and I think that might be the right direction is back to, my clan, considering what we've seen so far.
Aye.
So, Fenris, are you still on board for that?
I definitely am. I think your clan might have answers for more than one of us.
I hope so. And that reminds me, and I'm going to rage and take my pouch that I have at my belt, and I'm going to toss it to Fenris. And it's going to. Do you open it?
Yeah.
Or you just okay? It has the $500 diamonds in it. The assorted diamonds. That's to make up for what you had to give to try to bring it back.
I appreciate that.
Of course. So, anything else before we get going? Has everyone had their drink?
I mean,
You wants a day drink? Ah!
I assumed I was drinking mine whilst we were talking. Kind of just been sipping on it.
Me too. I really wanted to find a keg, but now I'm thinking that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's going to be a dry journey.
As you
Now-
guys are having this conversation amongst yourselves, kind of out, again, there's no wood. Wood is so scarce. But against your stone door, there's.
Uh-oh.
Who is it?
Ugh.
I'll go ahead and go open the door.
As you go over to it, stone door, not exactly easy for one of your stature to open, but it does. And behind the door is a small dwarven boy who's got this helmet that doesn't quite fit. He's got a pauldron on one side, like an older style shoulder pauldron that he wears, and it covers like his entire arm. And as he looks up at you with little blue hairs on his chin, he goes, "Oh, Marcel, I got a note here. Well, not a note. I was told a super secret. Well, I guess it's not a secret because it's for you guys. I was told to tell you a message. What was that message? It was from Forge Hammer too. Forge Hammer told me I get a sweet if I tell you. Tomorrow at high noon, you are what's the word? Expected to be at the Grand Hall. Yeah, that's it. That's your message. High noon tomorrow. Have a good night. I think that's what you say. I don't know. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I get a sweet. I get a sweet. As he skips on down.
I love children.
That's so high pitched for a dwarf there.
He's a kid.
Yeah.
Still, I expect like it'd be like a gruff, like
That is dwarvish of you. I'm only 3 years old, but me balls have already dropped, and I talk like a man with me prime. Ah!
Yeah, actually, I was expecting that.
Maybe
I got a
it
lot
was
to learn.
actually a girl.
Oh, true.
You don't
With the
know.
whiskers.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Well,
true.
some dwarven women have the whiskers.
That's, it happens.
Mhm.
It's because of the beards.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
So,
All right.
as
Well,
as you guys have been given a particular message, what would you all
Wonderful.
like to do?
Well, I mean, kind of turn in for the night.
Yeah.
And actually, I will if we're just having a lot of downtime. I'm just gonna experiment with my cleaver to see how long. I'm gonna try to do like simple cuts with thinking, hoping of certain special qualities, and just kind of seeing how long they last. I guess like I'll think of something really simple, not too difficult, and then wait, then trying it, see if anything happens. Just yeah. So details of that, I mean, I can
Give me
trial and error stuff.
Yeah, give me a survival check.
Come on. Did it go?
No.
No. Nope.
You gotta click the number, not the word.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's a +4. I'll do it that way. For some reason, it's not connected to 20 now. Anyway, just
I see it in D&D Beyond.
It's D&D! Yeah! D&D Beyond. I do see it in D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll take that 15.
oh, okay.
I'm not sure why it didn't transfer over. Maybe reload your roll 20. So with the 15, as you're just kind of testing things out throughout the night, there's about three things that you notice. First of all, when you imagine a way the meat is seasoned, that seasoning seems to stay. And how you remember that is your stupid hot ghost dye piece of meat still smells like stupid hot ghost dye piece of meat. Temperature of a cut does still gradually change. So when you make a cut and you want it to be, let's say, well done, because that's as hot as you could make it, it comes out well done, and in the time frame that you would expect, within about half an hour or so, the piece is cool to the touch, but the seasoning is still there. And those don't really take much energy from you. It's just a simple cut. But it's as soon as you try to put additional properties into the meat that you feel like a draining of yourself. And you can tell when some things work and some things don't. When they work, you're tired, as though you've just, been swimming in the swamp all day. When they don't work, you are exhausted, and if you could sweat, you would. It seems like there's some sort of recoil when what you want to do fails, that drains you. So I will say that before rest, you're going to get 1 point of exhaustion, but your long rest will negate that. But just be aware of that going forward. If you fail a check for something with magical properties, you could depending on the level of what you're trying to do, is going to be how many points of exhaustion. So, for in the future, with you trying to do the revivify meat, that's going to be at least 3 points of exhaustion if you fail. That is a very powerful technique. Um, you will have better chances for that to succeed, but if you fail, just be aware that that's going to slow you down. That's going to hinder the rest of your abilities. That's going to take you out. I will say that for your experimentation, you have 3 cuts of meat that, when consumed, will grant a D4 temporary hit points,
Ooh.
but they must be consumed within 24 hours. The magic effect does not stay. That is not something you can prepare all the time and just stock up on it. And some of those were failures, but that's kind of your better understanding of the cleaver.
Gotcha.
All right. So we got some meats, we got some people tinkering, we got some people somber in their own little worlds, and some person who's just writing in his book like, these people are so depressed. I just don't understand what's going on here.
I will go over to Thynar.
Okay.
Thynar,
Hey.
I was looking at this worm thing that apparently is what got them past the guards through the wall and into attack the Battlehammer clan. Have you ever seen anything that looks like that while you're down here
Ooh.
that has rotating teeth, acid gland that chews through rock?
God, have I heard of that?
You think that just... let's see here.
I think maybe.
That's... Man, that could be nature, religion, or arcana for you.
I am great at all of them.
Because I could see where it could be a story of legend. It could be
Okay.
it could be those kinds of things. So it could be a possibility of any of those particular ones. So you get to choose whatever you're better at. I'll let you roll and see what you come up with.
I will try religion. Let's see.
Okay.
16.
Let's see. Where is... Okay, so with a 16, you very, very briefly kind of remember growing up and just hearing different tales of Morden. And when Morden created the dwarves and gave them homes out of the earth, he needed to do so quickly, and he had some kind of burrowing creature, worm-like thing, that was able to very quickly create tunnels and large rooms within the mountains that the freshly molded from the earth dwarves could reside in. Such things have been lost to time. There are still, rumors, and a couple of dwarves will talk over an ale of how they've seen one. And current times they are called boar worms. But as far as what you can recall versus what you have seen, if what you saw is in fact a boar worm, it has been mutated to an extreme.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I know. That's what you know. If it is, it's
I
cray cray.
will I will pass that along and just say
Okay.
just repeat what you said to me and say that's all I think I can recall about that, at least in the legends and what we know of them now. So
All,
Mm.
all right. Thank you. So they're not one like people don't keep them as pets where you're from.
no, and I only think that, I mean, to see one like this, especially if it is one and as horribly changed as it's been, it seems like a Duragar or a Drow thing to do to me.
Okay.
Of course
And
it does.
what's your clan's history with the Duragar?
Not great. Mostly, any encounter we've had when we delved into the deeps has been violent. I cannot remember one time that's been peaceful,
Okay.
which is why I'm so surprised and shocked at everything that's been alleged.
How long have you been away from your clan?
I left a few years ago.
Okay. Did uh, Forge Hammer mention? I thought during our conversation yesterday evening with him that Gisele had commented that the Drow were in hiding from the younger.
So he said that there is a fraction within the Drow trying to escape the Spider Queen's grasp, and that is whom he has been helping to hide, but they're only hidden so long as they wear that collar that holds back their shadow magic.
Hmm.
As soon as the
So,
collar is removed, the eyes of the Spider Queen are
Hmm.
back.
And those were made by my clan, right? Those collars. At least they had
Um,
the marking of the
you
Oathmaker.
it from everything that you've seen so far, that's
Yeah.
the way it appears.
Okay.
thank you for the information, Thynar. Uh,
Yes.
hopefully,
Yes.
do you think it would be of any use to try to find more of this faction of Drow that might have some information about helping Gisele be resurrected and what's going on between the Oathmakers and the Youngers?
She was one of those drow, so I would like to see if we could find them. I don't know if they're. I doubt that if my clan truly has fallen or is being held captive in some way, that they'd be safe there. So there might be some nearby my clan, perhaps, or maybe prisoners that we could find.
Okay, so we might be able to find some on the way to your clan, possibly.
I hope so. It depends on how we go there as well. If we're going through the Underdark or if we're going over land.
Which
I
do you
want.
think would be faster?
Well, for me, I prefer the tunnels, but
I actually have input on that one.
oh,
Okay.
Uh, I think if we go above ground, we could probably get some sleds and make it there faster.
Okay.
true. The question about that is how do we get in? I mean, I know the entrance to our home, but I assume it'd be guarded if it's like this now.
That is true.
We, I mean,
Sounds like there's a lot of planning that needs to take place. I'm supposed to meet with Forgehammer tomorrow at high noon in the Great Hall, so that might be where I can ask for information on how much time we have to try to get ahead of their army to get to the Oathbreakers, but that might lead to us.
Oathmakers.
Sorry, Oathmakers. My bad. I
Thank
do
you.
apologize about that. But that might be a case of where we need to be moving pretty quickly after I bring it up. It would
Okay.
probably be best if we announce that we're leaving to head that direction and not appear to just try sneaking out or slip out in
Oh,
the middle
no,
of the
yeah.
night.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
As just a wee point of order here, it was for all of you, not just
Oh.
Marcel, to be there.
All right.
You can still do the talking. I will just
Okay.
hide.
All right.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything else before we zip along to the next morning?
I'd like to do one more thing.
Oh.
What? Stop!
so-
Stop talking when you pull this away. We can't hear you.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yes, but you keep doing
Okay.
this as soon as you're talking, and we
Well-
can't hear shit.
Apologies for that. Apologies for that, but yeah. So as soon as, because I was assuming at this point that Marcel and Dinah were talking to each other, and so as soon as I see them finish, I want to look towards Marcel and I want to say, "Oh, Marcel, could you come over here for a moment?"
Okay. And I'll head over towards Nivelle.
Yep. Okay. So, so DM, if I remember correct, I had that ring that I took some time to look into, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, but if by the morning you said I had a better understanding of what that ring was for, could I have a reminder of what I gained from that amount of time?
That ring is meant for someone of the arcane who can dabble within the arcane magics, but
Mm-hmm.
whose magic is different than yours.
Yes.
Your
Yeah.
set of arcane abilities aren't limited to just arcane. You can also pull some religious. Your faith in your abilities gives you that power.
Yeah.
So it didn't quite sit well with you.
Yeah. So I understand that it's not so much meant for my type of spell casting is what I kind of gained
Right.
from it. Okay. And yeah, and if that's a feeling that I get and it's a feeling that I understand, so okay, I just wanted to check with that. So yeah, I called Marcel over, and I assume that Marcel makes his way over. I'm
Yes.
guessing. Yeah. Okay. So once he gets there, I look at him and I say, so I wanted to talk to you because Naval's gonna reach into his pocket and he's gonna pull out this ring and he's gonna say, so I received this ring from the Forge Hammer after we had gotten the remains of his son, and I spent some time looking into it, investigating it, and I came to the conclusion that it's meant. You are a magic user, right? Or correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what I know is that it's not meant for the kind of magics I work with. But if you are a magic user, maybe you could get more use out of it than I could. And I'll kind of extend it out to him if he would want to take it. And I was going to say, I'll give this to you if you'd like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And
If he takes it, I'll hand it to him.
I'll
Great.
go ahead and get and examine it. See if
Uh-oh.
You're breaking up.
He's got
And you're
Robot
frozen.
Marcel today. Wait,
There we
we're
go.
just
What?
gonna
I'm
we're just gonna
gone?
wait till he
It's
catches
better.
up. He'll catch up in a minute. There he is.
Oh,
Mhm.
Hello.
Yay!
I'm back.
Yay!
All right.
So,
yeah.
I'll go ahead and take the ring and examine it, see if I can tell
Yeah.
what it is.
So the ring is just a very basic ring.
Okay.
On one face of it, it does have stamped into it the signia of the Battlehammer clan, which is just a mug of ale with froth coming out and over it. I don't know why that's the symbol for Battlehammer, but whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
It seems to be made out of this weird silver blue material marbled together, but otherwise He's handing you a ring.
Oh, and then as Naval hands him the ring, he's gonna say, and the other benefit is that, since this ring has the insignia on it, and since you are a representative of the clan, you could use this as a means of identification for yourself. I feel like it would at least be helpful for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll
Um.
give it a try.
Yeah. And then he'll also say that otherwise, Marcel, correct me if I'm wrong, but back when we had first met, I know that you said you'd wanted to talk later about, the stuff that I'd showed you about the stuff I made. I wasn't sure if you were still curious about that, but if not, that's all I wanted to ask you about. And
Oh,
also give you this ring.
I am still very interested in learning more about how to create the artifacts that you have. I just seeing the activities of the last few days, it seemed like this wouldn't be the best time to knock on your door and ask about it.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, I do really like to learn more about it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. And hopefully you can get more use out of this ring than I was able to gather from it. And I hope it works for you anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And then I'm going to go back to working on.
Uh-oh, we have another robot.
Mhm.
Naval is
So it's not
roboting.
just me.
Well, map.
You see sparks flying out somewhere.
So as Naval is tinkering away, Fenris, anything that you would like to do?
Nope. I'm good.
But it's like I just want to go get
What
that
are you?
girl.
What are you
Mhm.
doing with your dope statue?
Oh no.
It's staying in my backpack. I'm not messing with
It-
it. I'm
Is
keeping it
it?
safe.
Is it
Mhm.
in your backpack?
It is definitely in my backpack. I
Are
check
you-
every day.
Are you sure?
Uh-oh. Who has it?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
When's the last time you saw that statue?
I did give it to. Wait, was it Kappa that got the bag of holding that we got, or?
I think so.
Yeah. I gave it to you to put in the bag of holding. So, I'd
Mhm.
probably ask you once a day just to make sure it's in there. But yeah, it's there.
Give me, as you look at it tonight, give me a investigation check.
Mm.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
14.
As Kappa freely opens up the bag of holding for you to reach in and pull out your silver statue. The silver statue does come out. But that's not a female dwarf or a female elf.
Hmm.
That that chest is too flat. There's not the scars that you would expect there to be.
What?
And as you're looking a little bit closer around it, kind of around the neck area, there looks like there's a collar.
Hmm.
Hmm.
This is not right.
Oh no.
Oh, man.
I definitely have some questions for Forge Hammer tomorrow.
Give me a history roll.
Please be good.
Oh.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
Oh,
Ooh. Well. It's above 10.
better.
It's above
Eh.
10.
As you are looking at this and realizing that this is a silver statue of a male elf, or what appears to be male, just off of the chest, it dawns on you that you didn't really look too closely after that magic was cast to preserve the body, but you're fairly certain that this is the same statue because you put it in the bag of holding and you were able to retrieve it just based off of your thoughts about it.
What the?
Mm-hmm.
So you think it's the same, but it definitely looked like Gisele's body when the magic was being cast. But this is a male body with a collar. Gisele clearly didn't have a collar on because she was using her shadow magic excessively.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep, I'm gonna have some questions.
like, like Forge Hammer's gonna have all the answers.
He better.
He better
Bastard.
have at least one.
Yeah, Gisele's been Jim this whole time.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Is there anything?
So is this Gisele?
I don't think it is, which is why I'm concerned.
You saw everything up close.
That's why it's not her, which is why I have a concern.
I mean, magic could do some fun things.
It's okay. Do you want to hold on to it now?
Just put it back in the bag.
Yeah, why
Oh my god.
Fenris, thank you for joining this campaign. Just to be the comedic relief. Oh,
Mhm.
oh my gosh. Okay. Anything else before the
I'm passing
morrow
out.
is had?
I will cast Identify as a ritual on the ring.
Hmm. All right. So, it's a type of magic you don't understand. There is necrotic and conjuration mixture within there, but there's also radiant, and something else you have no idea as to what potential school it could even be. You do know
Okay.
that it is a ring that will allow you to put spells into it and be able to instantly cast them from it at a future date.
Okay.
These spells you can put into it can also include rituals. So, whereas a ritual can usually takes 10 minutes plus some time, you can capture it at that very last moment within the ring and instantaneously release it as an action in the future.
Wow.
So it'll basically act as a Ioun stone
Okay.
with either one level 3, one level 2, and one level 1, or 3 level 1s.
Mhm.
It's just in a
Okay.
ring. And as for what the radiant and necrotic, like you're not, you just don't know.
All right. Does it have to be attuned?
It does.
Okay. DM, I'm not sure how to do that on D&D Beyond. So,
I will have to add the homebrew item to your character sheet anyway, so we'll get there.
all right, thank you.
All right.
And then I'll walk you through how to do all that jazz so it shows up.
Okay. After casting that, I'm gonna go to sleep for the night.
Right on, right on. We got somebody sleeping, somebody tinkering, somebody sobering, somebody experimenting with meats, and somebody going, "What the fuck is this?" That sounds about right for Rime of the Frostmaiden, actually. We are on par, team. Good job.
Yeah. All right.
So, as some rest is had by the crew, um, Kappa, technically your point of exhaustion is gone, so there's really no need to put it on, just take it back off. Um, another restless night for poor Thynar, who just wants to get going. Depending on how long Naval takes to make his super secret nuclear missile, he, his rest could be long and nice, or short and
The
okay.
the
But
plan was to he was just gonna work on it for maybe like another hour or two, and then he would make sure to get to bed so that he'd have a good night's rest.
sure.
But he also wants to see, because I'd imagine, we would all wake up, have our things, and then go to the meeting. But if Naval could, he'd like to be able to get enough sleep to where it counts as, a decent sleep.
Yep.
And then he wants to finish what he makes, and
Okay.
then with your permission, I'll describe more once the morning comes if we're like walking towards our meeting.
I mean, as far as like morning is concerned, going into the Great Hall, having breakfast is something simple. The worm is gone. The remnants, you can see where, as they got about 75 feet up that long hallway, they figured some system out, and the melting of the stone had stopped. The worm is gone. There are still guards everywhere, but there is troops in like 2x2, 3x3 fashions just marching in that hole.
Oh. Uh-oh.
As breakfast is had. Naval, you were gonna say something?
Yeah. So I mean, can I describe the creation
Yeah,
that is
go for it,
currently
bruh.
following me, because it does follow me as I
You
walk.
you got something
Um,
following you? Did
yeah.
you did you give some sweets to that cute little dwarf?
Well, it wait, what? No, I'm
Poor
talking
Naval.
about the thing that this is the thing that I made.
Go for it.
And I did give it legs, or like if I could wheels. I imagined it having like wheels that counted as like its legs, because it said it could have legs if I wanted it to.
Listen, you can have that thing
Yeah.
hover as far as I care. Like, I don't care.
Okay. Okay.
As
Okay.
long as
So
it's on
I'm
a flat surface, it's fine.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and describe what I imagined. So this is just out of character, this is what is called my Eldritch Cannon. Basically, what it looks like, how I imagine it looking like, is that I could choose to have it be either small or tiny. I'm gonna have mine be tiny so that I can hold it in my hand if I want to, or I can just have it on the ground and it follows me. Basically, it looks like it's not a perfect sphere, but it's more like kind of like a half of a sphere type thing. But I imagine that it's not completely cut and shaped like one. It's circular in shape, but it has legs that kind of look like like the wheels that tanks have. Like they have the
Mhm.
multiple circles and then the things that roll on it like that. I imagine it having like tank type legs. And as far as what's on it, there's not a whole ton of intricacy or details on it. It's meant to look more simpler, but on the front of it, it does have what appears to be like a carving of like a skull and crossbones on it, with the jaw on it always in like an open position, so that it looks like the mouth is open, and it does have like a hole or protrusion that goes into it, so that it could fire things, is how I imagined it to look.
Oh
Um,
boy.
and yeah, basically what I can have it do is that I read the description of Eldritch Cannon, and it said that it is a magical item, but it doesn't have an amount of time it says it can be out for. It just can exist. It exists. It doesn't just last for a certain amount of time and then
Mhm.
disappears. It's just existing like that. But yeah, basically what you see something like, I'll post a picture later, but basically what I described is what you see following me as I walk in, and it's kind of just following at my side a little bit. It's just rolling right next to me, and I'm just walking in. He's kind of walking right next to me, and I'll walk up to, if we're at a table, I'll kind of just sit down, and he'll kind of just actually, if there's like a seat next to me and no one's sitting in it, I'll kind of just pick it up and put it right next to me. So that way it's not in the way, no one trips on it or anything like that.
Naval built a cannon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tiny cannon.
And you all see this as I walk in. If you all
Oh,
see it.
Impressive little friend.
Oh yeah, this is what I've been working on. And then I'll kind of pick him up and I'll kind of hold him up and I'll just be like, so this is Winston. He's my little buddy. I've been spending some time tinkering him. He can do some things, or I mean one thing mostly, depending on how I want him to. But yeah, he can do some things.
Okay. Is it alive?
I mean, DM, can it be sentient? I don't know. I mean, I'd imagine it had some form of sentience. Like, the way I imagined it is that, like, if we were in like combat or something, it like say a line as it fired some things. But I mean, I'd imagine it doesn't really talk unless I talk to it, I guess.
I
I mean, if
just
that's
saw the picture that Kappa posted of the creepy eel thing with all the.
I didn't see. Oh yeah.
Oh gosh.
Not the worst.
Mm-hmm.
It is technically not sentient. It is.
okay.
It is something that just follows a very basic set of commands. It
Mm-hmm.
maybe in the future, if you get further into artificial intelligence, or you find a
Yeah.
warforge whose core is half damaged, you just plug it in and see what happens. Like, who knows?
Okay. So I mean, Fine asked me if it was alive. I'd probably say no, not really. I mean, I've from what I put into it, it can follow me around and it does what I tell it to, but for the most part, it doesn't really have like an amount of ability to like you can't. I mean, I can command it, but none of you can just like say something to it and it'll like respond if that's what you were thinking it might do.
Okay.
So
yeah.
you made a pet cannon.
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That'll be useful.
cool.
Yeah.
Man, if only I was a player. I've got so many fun ideas, but
Nah.
I'm not. So,
It's nice to meet you, Winston.
It doesn't say anything back to you
I expected to.
because it doesn't. It's not like that.
It
all
has a
good.
name. There you go.
Yeah, I named
Mhm.
it. Yeah, he's just sitting
Okay.
next to me.
All right, so the rest of the morning goes by what seems like slow, as there's not a whole lot to do or see or say. You're kind of just waiting. And closer to noon, you can tell that the atmosphere seems to have changed. Um, excuse me. Even more so than what it was, where it was very militaristic. You were, for the most part, still ignored as they went about whatever their particular duties. Excuse me. Whatever their particular duties were, nobody really bothered you. But as we got as the time got closer to where when Forge Hammer said for you all to be there, there's a lot more Forge Maidens out now than there were even just an hour ago. Um, it's just comparing a Forge Maiden with any of the other dwarves. They're obviously in a caliber of their own. Um, a higher tier version of the army, if you will. So as more and more come out, you're kind of noticing that there's a few watching you all. Um, different entryways and things have been blocked, and Forge Hammer and Forge Maiden um, eventually come out of a tunnel that you've never seen Forge Hammer ever come out of. Usually he comes from right back by where he normally sits to the far left. This time he's coming out from a middle one on the right. Um, as they do come out, Forge Hammer takes his normal place. He does still go back towards the where the blue flame is, and as he gets closer to the blue flame, it goes from a small, dull to a huge roaring fire again. Um, Forge Matron follows him, sits next to him, and there's about one, two, three, four, five, six, six. There's about six Forge Maidens that are carrying on poles some sort of large trunk that is being delivered over to Forge Hammer. And when he sits down, one of the maidens kind of walks their way over to you, and whenever they are closer to you all, you do hear from behind what looks like just a white porcelain mask. And you're not sure if it's porcelain or just really finely polished metal, but only the eyes are visible through it as they are completely covered in this weird kind of lighter plate. But you do hear a voice that says, the Forge Hammer will see you all now.
Thank you.
Get on.
All right.
And as you all get up and make your way towards the Forge Hammer, 8 Forge Maidens that were watching you follow behind you. And the room itself is basically like at a silent, still. People have stopped moving. Um, kind of like Naval's video. He looks creepy. Like his eyes look like they've been melted over. Oh my gosh.
Wait,
Man, it was like a Matrix moment where his mouth gets sewn shut. It was like that for Naval's eyes. Oh man. Anyway, sorry. They get squirrel shiny. As you guys get are seated closer to the head of the table. Still given the same seats of honor that you had in the past. Um, you do kind of actually, do you? Do you? Why don't you all give me perception checks, please?
Of course.
Bloop, bloop,
Eh,
bleep, blop.
18.
oh, another question, if I could.
Yeah.
So I imagine that since we're being called to an important meeting, I picked up Winston and I'm holding him. Do I get any looks by holding my friend?
Nobody seems to be paying any attention as far as that's concerned.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure if the
So
guards were gonna be worried.
Fenris and Marcel, both of you hear as you guys are getting closer. Forge Hammer is talking to one of the Forge Maidens, and he is saying, and you get the tail end of the conversation is, Ubak has verified them. Quit looking at them like they are the enemy. It's not been proven yet. I'm tired of the shite. And as you guys sit down, that particular maiden, on their shoulders, they seem to have like anvils, small representations of anvils, and you can swear there's just a little bit of blue flame coming from them. and
Rad.
they kind of go over to some of the people off to the side, and there's like a hushed conversation before that group separates and talks to more, and then they talk to more, and then they talk to more. Like it's just like this chain reaction of whatever Forge Hammer said to that one is being spread to everybody else. As you sit down, um, there is a meal before you that is a little bit different than what you've seen here yet. Where before you were fairly certain, it was meat and it was actually mushroom, there is no doubt that this is a fresh kill. There is a barbecued dire wolf on the table.
Oh,
There are also an assortment of obviously mushrooms. Um, there is um, there are 2 barrels of ale that have been tapped, and there's a pitcher that looks like some sort of a fruit juice or, mushroom fruit juice, and water that is available. There is also a few loaves of bread and some basic kind of buttery things. Um, Forge Hammer says, I expect that this will probably be the last time we speak for some time. The road ahead of you will be harder than the road ahead of me. In interests of before these times, I offer the hospitality of the Battle Hammers once more. As a thank you of what you all have done, this will probably be the best meal outside of what Ubok's Cleaver can make that you have for a long time. And yes, you can take some of the meat, as he looks over at you, Kappa. This is real meat. Um, as most of you, I believe all of you, know about the mushroom enterprise, um, real meat is very, very rare. However, I did not want us parting on sad or negative terms. The Oathmaker clan being what they are, potential traitors to the pact. The fact that Ubok's weapons and items are still with you all gives me a small glimmer of hope that they can be saved, as Ubok is still with Thynar. So from the battle hammers to you, Thynar, I am sorry for the Oathbreaker rumor that has been spreading, and I have taken steps to verify that is done. Until I have proof of the Oathmaker clan leader being involved in this attack, the Battlehammers are doing 2 things. First, we are going to the other 2 clans before we go to the Oathmakers. Part to make sure they are okay, as not everyone has a Gisele with them. And second, if they are not okay, to enforce the Pact's martial law, to bring order back to the clans, have them appoint their new clan leader so that we can do this the official way of sending a delegation to the Oathmaker clan to verify the truth of things. However, the battle hammers will still be poised to quickly intervene should something untoward happen to that delegation. And so we send you, as some of you have a need to go there anyway. I will be sending one member of the Battlehammer clan with you to be the proof of the gesture of goodwill. Marcel, we are sending as the recorder of these times, as sometimes a different point of view can bring to light what others have missed. And Marcel, you will be paid by the Battlehammer clan. I have some of your payment is in the box over there, as well as some of the requested items you all had put forth. I really do not want to believe the Oathmakers are willing to be behind this. It does not make sense to me. They do not have the numbers to need or want so much of the land. So, in that regard, I know you all are probably wondering what the Battlehammers are actually going to do. So, from the morrow, within a 10-day, we will be at the other clans. If everything is good, then I hope to spur the council on to go to the Oathmakers within the following 10-day. If everything is bad, then the full might of the Battlehammer clans will fix it. Even if that means those two clans have to become part of the Battlehammer clan until such a time as new leadership can be appointed. If they've been attacked, there's going to be chaos. However, I am only sending half the army to take care of the other two clans. The other half will be marching through these tunnels to see where they lead. And I will have a few land scouts heading towards the Oathmaker clan. The Battlehammer that I send with you will have means to be able to communicate back to me or any other Battlehammer that they are familiar with. So if you learn something that could stem the need for bloodshed, passing it along through them would be your best bet. If for some reason that member were to perish, they have with them the Battlehammer Diamond. So I will leave it to you to find someone who can use that to bring them back. If there is no body to bring back, then it will be up to you to figure out how to get word back to us, because once the other clans are settled and we march, the delegation will go in, but I do not know what to expect. So my estimation is within a month we will be at the Oathmaker clan. It could be sooner, but it will not be later. That is how much of a head start you will have, Thynar, to hopefully find something. And again, I will send in under the joint clans rule of, I don't know what the correct terminology is, a delegation under peaceful times. Things are not easy after the drums of war have been sounded, though. I can't exactly take that call back without proof. So, this is the longest I can take. And that is honestly out of respect for you all for what you have done for us. And some of you are no longer with us. And I have no idea where your cat person went. I hope he didn't try to sneak into that tunnel. If so, he's probably dead. So I mourn your loss of your fox cat friend. Terrible times. In the box here, things that you all requested. Some things you did not request, but I thought were due. Your tent that you requested has been granted. That's in the box. Something that I no longer have any need for is for you, Nafal. He kind of gestures over to the big box, and one of the maidens open this thing up, and they bring out probably a small box, 4 inches by 8 inches, 4 inches wide by 8 inches long, and about 3 inches tall.
Okay.
And when he sets it down, he opens it, and there is ammunition that looks like it'll fit your gun.
Wonderful.
He goes, I made these after we made your weapon, but the box I did not make, and I think you'll be interested in this. He pulls out one of the bullets, sets it down, closes the box, opens the box, and it's a completely full box again. As long as one is left, it will reproduce them. It's limited on how many times. I've not bothered to test the max amount of that, but it seemed more useful in your hands with that weapon we crafted together than with us. We are not projectile users. So he closes this box and slides it down to you.
And I take it and I say, I kind of hold it and I'm like, I'm very grateful. Thank you. And then, yeah, I have my bag out, kind of just put it in my bag so we can continue
Sure.
talking.
So it holds 20 rounds.
Okay.
And once a day, you can, as long as there's one round left in it, it'll repopulate all the rounds.
Okay. And then, and you did say that was a limited thing, or is it, like you said, just a once a day thing?
It's just a once a day thing. Forgehammer didn't know how many times it could work, so for him it's limited. But
yeah, but as far
for
as
you
I'm
who
concerned,
understands
the
these
player,
things, yeah.
Player, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, wow, awesome, okay, cool.
And he goes, I don't really have anything that cool for any of you. Actually, I do. Probably in a more private setting. Fenris, you and I will need to speak privately.
Okay.
As for generic upgrades for the rest of you, Marcel, your
Yes.
request of materials for your familiar spell has been granted.
Thank you.
Here's the inside that giant case is a satchel that actually can do 2 more times. So you'll have 2 more uses inside of like a like a flour sack, like a 25-pound of flour sack is. Yeah, you're just for you it's like bam, but for everybody else it's like ah.
Yep.
So yeah, you'll have 2 more uses. You are just given another spell book, so you can just add another spell book to your inventory,
Okay.
and then you are given a notebook for your note taking that has 200 pages in it. It's 200
Thank
individual
you.
pages, so that's 400 back to back if you count it that way.
Thank you.
For excuse me. I'm not wasn't really sure what to get Kappa. He's already got his new bag of holding. He wears a shell and fends. Meat cleaver. But there is something that you might find interesting. Being a collector of weird stuff. I mean, you just look like you are a collector of weird stuff. He slides over a book, and it looks old and tattered. And it's definitely missing quite a few pages. But as you open it up, there's different. It looks like there's about 5 pages of just designs. You're not. You're looking at them and you're very puzzled. You don't. It's just okay. That's a nice design. Okay, that's a nice design. And you look over at him inquisitively, and he says that if you use all 5 and take them out of the book and have them inscribed on your shell, there is a magical enhancement to increase your shell's natural resistance. Now, I don't know what it'll do to the mushroom you have growing, which I'm still not sure how survives in the winter. But that crack right there probably would be healed with the enhancement. The chip you got over there, I mean, it's something we've had for generations of never needed. We don't use natural armors. We don't go out and hunt a turtle for their shell as a shield. But the battle hammer that I send with you will be able to explain to you how to apply it. There will still be some cost, though, and I believe it's gem dust, but somebody other than me would understand that kind of stuff more than I. So basically, you're going to need gem dust to inscribe these things on your shell, and it'll be like giving yourself a tattoo. So you'll get a natural AC resistance of +1
Ooh.
when done.
Per or would all 5 are used?
No, it requires all 5.
Just do one.
It's a pentagram kind of style thing, and now that you're like flipping through, you do see where like there's lines that would connect to others if they're put in a certain way.
Yeah, like
It's really cool.
He goes, you already have armor and you've already got a weapon. You use a magic that I am not familiar with. This is what somebody else suggested, and you see the forge matron smirk whenever he says that someone else suggested, but it doesn't say who suggested it. Thynar,
Hey.
I hope you can resolve this before I get there. I will strike vengeance if I have to. But unlike the attack here, I will not needlessly slaughter. So, if you can't rectify, if you can at least get some to escape or leave, that you feel within yourself are not involved, or were forced to, not a willing participant, get them out before we go in.
I will.
If you can't rectify the situation, I don't know that I can control the horde for not to get blood without something solid. So, in order to help with that, some battle hammer armor for you. Some real battle hammer armor, not the scale that you wear now. And he gestures over to the one of the maidens who picks out these pieces of that light plate that they wear. And it's already been sized to you as they've already had your sizes from before.
Oof.
And so you can add to your inventory. Bum, bum,
Adding.
bum. Oh, excuse me.
Nice. That's like a death metal growl.
Come on. Where is it? Nope, that's not it. Where is it?
Somewhere.
Over
In your
the
inventory.
rainbow.
Deep in D&D Beyond.
No, it's not. What the? Why is my stuff not loading?
Don't you just love
I
technology?
do.
Too many tabs open.
Too many screens to look at.
Mother trucker. Bro. Maybe in the future that won't be a thing.
Oh.
Bing, 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 bing.
Stop.
Damn. You know what? I'm gonna take that fucking thing back, mother trucker.
No.
I, no, please.
I don't know why it's not working. It's mithril plate.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Hey, hey.
Mithril plate?
Yeah.
Holy hell. Okay.
So you no longer have disadvantage on dexterity checks.
That is insane. Okay.
Nice.
And it's an 18 base armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what, as you're looking at that and comparing it to what everybody else, all the battle maidens or the forge maidens are
Right.
wearing,
We're all wearing
they're
that.
all wearing mithril plate.
I'm gonna stand up and bow. And then say, I am eternally grateful to you, and I am indebted to you. I will do my best to try to repay this, and I will take as much responsibility as I can for how this all turns out.
You're not indebted. The debt is paid.
Ah,
These are but trinkets. The book has been in the clan for centuries. That box, who knows how long. We are a battle clan. We have plenty of mithril plate. I can understand how to you all this is a lot. However,
aye.
making sure I didn't fall into the lava is also kind of a lot. That's
Mm,
I consider this to be debt equally paid in full on both sides. There's no repayment. The only thing necessary now is my hope that you can find a way to stem the tide of blood that is to come on for your sake and your clan.
I
Again,
will.
I'm probably 3-10 days or a month before I'm to your clan. You've got 30 days from tomorrow. We march to the other two clans tomorrow.
May I ask, do you have a recommendation as to a route we should take? Overland or under?
Considering the only underground path that I'm aware of links back here, I'm going to say overground.
Okay.
However, that has its own trips and follies, which is why you requested the tent. However, that tent is not blizzard proof. You can very easily get buried in snow. It's definitely not avalanche proof, and hopefully there's no combustible things that explode. I I am saddened that you came to us at a sad time and are leaving us in an even sadder time. When nothing but good has happened since your arrival, as far as our relationship. From bringing back my son to avenging him, to investigating a murder, to now potentially tracking down who knows what. Good luck.
Thank you. Likewise. Hopefully, the next time we meet will be under much better circumstances again.
Do the rest of you have anything else with me before I take Fenris?
Kappa, I need that statue before I leave with him.
Anything else?
Dude.
Okay.
No?
Not for me.
Great.
So,
Then we will take our potty break right here.
Woo!
Woo! Take our potty break, probably about 5 or 10 minutes. We will come back to see what is Forgehammer's plan for Fenris.
Woo.
What's going on with the statue that's obviously a dude?
Spicy.
Find out when we come back from break. Pew, 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 pew. Welcome back. Here we go. As we come back to the Frosted Friends, sitting around a extremely long table here in the Battlehammer clan, after just receiving some news, some information, some goodies,
Mhm.
and just a general vibe of still wanting a positive relationship between the clan and the group of adventurers. Um, not trying to put all of this on the Oathmaker clan, trying to give them every option of reasons for doing whatever it is or some kind of discovery. In that endeavor, he shared more information than probably any other outsider would ever know about the Battlehammer clan, and gave you all some gifts. Some things that were requested, some things that were imagined, and then said, Fenris, come with me. As Forgehammer walks down the typical hallway that is more familiar for him to go down, his hammer of authority floats around him, giving off that dim blue light that it does. And it's just the two of you, Fenris. As you're clutching that silver statue, still your hands still in pain from whenever you were wielding the rock swords, trying to vent out any frustration. They've healed, but you still had to apply bandages and salve onto them. And now, after discovering that the statue isn't, or maybe not, may not be who you were thinking it would be, there's a little bit of anger there. Excuse me. As the two of you walk in silence, you pass the path to the Heart Forge. And when you come to a T, you turn left. A very familiar hallway that you've only been able to experience once, but has been engraved into your memory of how to get here. As he takes you to Gisele's room. As he opens it up, he gestures for you to go inside.
Yep. I'll go in.
This room still black, still has purple drapes in weird places. the bed with still the royal purple sheets and quilts. The copper tub over in the corner, and the little collapsible thing people get dressed behind. Damn it, what are those things called? Ah, that's gonna bug me. But it's the specific one, that you see in the olden days. You know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry that I ruined that.
Mhm.
Damn it! I have got to get my words.
Partition?
Is it
what I
just
thought it
a
was called,
partition though? I thought it had a
That's what I
fancy
thought.
name,
It
like
probably.
bourgeois or something.
Let's just
You
call
know.
it that. It's called the bourgeois.
A folding screen.
In this world, they're called bourgeois.
Yes, this is Giselle's bourgeois. Oh, that sounds naughty.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That sounds naughty. Anyway, as you come into this room, everything looks familiar, and you can smell her. The scent is very much still in this room. And as he closes the door behind you, and you're looking around, what do you do? What is Fenris doing? I don't want to put too much of what I think Fenris does. What is Fenris doing?
I would probably sit on the bed and grab some of the blankets and just hold them close for a little while, reminiscing.
Forge Hammer just stands in silence, giving you, it's, the moment you requested but were denied, just letting you be and just waiting, letting you kind of lead this. He seems to just be giving you time and space.
Yeah, I'd probably walk around a little bit, just thinking. And then I'd show him the statue. Like, I don't know what happened, but this is not Gisele.
Okay. Okay. He looks at what you are handing out, and he goes, No, that looks more like Arlok, one of the male drow we had here. How did that happen?
I don't know. They did the casting to turn Gisele into this, and I swear it was her. And I put her in the bag of holding. And when I pulled her back out the other day, it looked like this.
Was the bag of holding still a bag of holding, or was it just a regular bag?
It was a bag of holding.
This is not a magic I am familiar with. The Forge Matron may know more. I know that you and Gisele were close. What are your plans? What are your feelings for her?
My plan is to find anyone that can bring her back and do so.
To what extent?
I will go as far into the Underdark as I have to find someone to bring her back. And I I'm I just
She
need her back.
she was a friend, not a slave. I think it's important that you understand that. She did the things that she did out of gratitude to giving her and her brothers a chance. I very frequently talked to her and received counsel. She had a different perspective than any dwarf could have. If you are really willing to go into the depths of the Underdark for her, you will need some help. And he stands up and he goes over to a trunk that is in front of the bed. And from within his pouch, he pulls out. It looks like some kind of a skeleton key kind of a thing. But when he puts it in the lock and turns it, the key itself just like just shatters into a bunch of pieces, but you do hear an audible click. And when he undoes the lock and lifts up the chest, he goes, if you can command the shadows well enough, you'll be able to don her shadow armor. Um, but I don't know what that would mean for you as far as their goddess is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
However, what I do know is, should you wear it, the creatures of the Underdark would look at you as their own. But I do not know if there is any kind of corruption or something on it, or if it will even work for you. But there is strong magic that is on the armor and 2 short swords. And as he looks up from looking down at this chest and looks back at you, he says, but if you're able to actually wear it, that would be a feat. As his vision turns from Forgehammer to Gisele. I'm still alive. But if you're willing to go that far for me, maybe you can help. Help save me.
I'll just have a smirk on my face as I walk over to the and grab the armor.
So the armor is a dark purple set of leather armors. They are almost done being built in Homebrew D&D Beyond. They are not yet built 100% yet, but they're not a guarantee attunement. I will say that. They are similar to your dagger. It's a test to put on. Just DM to player. But she goes, Forgehammer did die. And yet, Ubok revolves around me. And I do not know what that means other than to figure out what has happened with that other clan. And so I took his guys. The Forge Matron is the only other one that knows. And now you. We had to
Okay.
do a switch. If you can bring my brother back, that would be great. As the ritual obviously failed. I Ubox the forge hammer as she points to the hammer, still glowing that blue. If you squint just right when it's at an angle, you can see the shadows trying to attack it. And it is protecting me from the Spider Queen's gaze. Now that the gold slave collar is gone. Being Forge Hammer is very difficult. I find that I don't have the scheming patience as the rest of my kin typically do. I would much rather be free. When you leave here, nobody can know. What I would like for you and your party to do is when you get to the Oathmaker clan, I am almost 100% certain the Spider Queen is behind this. When I left, they were trying to bring her to the mortal realm. And if they succeed, there is a very small window when her mortal body will still be vulnerable. If she can be destroyed, which is the reason I am summoning these armies, there's a chance to free the rest of my people. Not just those of us that wanted to leave, but those who are already lost in the madness. Your your mark had to be burned away. I'm sorry that I caused you pain. The death had to be real. However, Shadow's heart still lies with you.
I will do my best.
It's all a girl can ask for.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a lot to take in.
It's a lot to not be me. It's a lot to still lead like he did. He he was a great man. And because of this, he's not been given proper Battlehammer rights. So that's why I'm spurring this on. Not only to save myself and my people, but honor him as soon as possible.
Hopefully, we can help with that.
I certainly hope so.
How long do we have?
How long does it take for a boy to mourn a girl?
Mm-hmm. All right. And fade to black.
You discover this is no illusion. That is a real body. And you kind of realize now that, well, maybe afterwards. You realize afterwards that while you two were walking, Forge Hammer was some distance away so as there would not be any accidental bumping.
Hmm.
Everybody, as far as like the maidens and things, like typically people do things for him just because of the position he's in. It's one of those expected things he was very much doing for himself. And kind of looking back at the conversation, he knew a lot more about magical items than he ever did in the past about stuff. He was always like, it just does stuff. I don't fucking know. But this time he was explaining, like, you close this and it repopulates that, and you do this and you put those, and so kind of the little divots of hints were there, and after the fact you're able to put that together. You do still have the scar of the mark.
Mm-hmm.
So that is, you still have that, and you are able to summon Shadow's Heart.
Okay.
So that can still be in your inventory. And Gisele does warn you about trying to wear that, specifically that armor. Specifically that it has some of the corruption in it. And so there is a chance that you could become the Spider Queen's champion like she was before she broke free. So she does leave you with that tidbit with the armor. But Fenris can decide what to do with that information and when to throw on the armor and turn into the Spider Queen's champion and kill everybody in the campaign.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So after, I would say, about a couple of hours between morning and talking and fade to black time, before the form of Forge Hammer returns, and you are led with, the stuff in your arms as you are back at the Great Hall. Now, the rest of you, for a couple of hours, you definitely could be feasting, just talking amongst yourselves in general, adding different things. Excuse me. Marcel, part of your payment has been 1,200 gold worth of gems. Just
Ooh,
miscellaneous
wow.
random gems. And that is your payment to stick with this group, record everything, and have an epic story to tell when the war is over. And
All
tell
right.
this and tell the story.
Nice.
I'm an author.
That's right.
Nice.
So, as you guys are getting down to where Kappa's like fighting you off of the meat so he can keep cutting it and putting it in his bag and everything, eventually Forgehammer and Fenris come back. Fenris seems to be carrying some sort of leathers and a couple of short swords. The short swords are +1. They're nothing cursed about them.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
So you have 2 +1 short swords.
Decked out.
Nice.
They're technically a scimitar type of blade. So I don't know if you can wield scimitars, but the blade is more curved like a scimitar. But if you can't, then just put them as short swords. That way then your stuff still all works, because it doesn't really matter to me. As they return, Forgehammer looks about you all and goes, "Well, it looks like you've all eaten your fill. You have been paid. And Fenris was given some time to mourn. You are welcome to stay the night if you wish. However, when we march tomorrow, so will you." Good luck, Thynar. And I really mean that.
Thank you.
Good luck to
You
you all.
should be able to leave today if you want, Dino.
Oh. If everyone else is okay with that, otherwise I can wait. We have plenty of time now.
I mean, I was gonna say, I mean, one more night in a nice hole might not be so bad, but I mean, it's up to the group.
You're far away again, Naval. Why are you far away again?
Should I repeat what I said, or?
I
I
got
didn't
it.
hear. I didn't hear anything that you said.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll repeat it. I was basically just saying to Thynar and Fenris, I was just saying that, I said, well, one more night in a hole might not be a bad idea, but I mean, it's up to the group, so that's what I said.
Forgehammer will say it is half past midday as it is. If you venture out now, you will be only a few hours of daylight remaining.
One more night.
So
I
first
think
light might be a better option for you.
I agree. That might be a better idea.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to spend one more night. Head out early in the morning.
agreed. Let's.
Have we decided if we're going to go above ground or go through the tunnels?
I believe.
I think he only said above ground because the dwarves are going under the tunnels.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and we also received the tent, which we'll be able to use, so.
And we
I
can.
think-
I mean, we've been out there before. We can handle it, right?
Yeah.
I believe so, and especially that we do now have this tent, it'll at least be a little easier.
True.
Instead of having to dig snow trenches. You guys remember those times? Oh, those were fun.
And we don't have arc light.
True.
No, but you do have his shield.
Yeah, Naval has it in his bag.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after Forgehammer told me I could keep it until I find someone else, I kind of just put it in my bag like I do with everything else because it's a bag of holding. It can fit lots of stuff. It's just in there.
So I mean, you guys are full. You've got sweet loots, things to add to your inventory. After Forgehammer's announcement about quit treating you all like raccoons, kind of some of the clan's stuff have been opened back again. The tunnel, still no. Going towards Battlehammer's room, still no. So the Hearth Forge is still offline, or off limits, not offline. Whoops. However, the training hall is open. They actually, I mean, they have a library. If somebody's interested in anything like that, that's open. And Sinon will come over and say, "Ah, there you are,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Marcel and Kappa. I need your services, please. We have
Absolutely.
some testing to do."
Okay, I'll get up and follow her.
Does it involve the boarworm?
Huh? What did you say?
Did it involve the boarworm?
No.
Okay.
No, that thing's gone. We tossed that in the lava because it melts the rock.
I know.
Right. So it's gone. So it doesn't melt my face. Right. So do you want to stay here with your wee little dog thing, or do you want to come learn about some mushrooms? I'm not sure what you're saying yes to.
Yes, mushrooms.
Aye, that's a good call because I need your help. Let's go.
Yep, I'm following along.
Perfect. So she takes you to that same blue cave where you were allowed light up until a certain point, and then light had to go away. Wait for your eyes to adjust. Open the door. Come into this stupid cold room. Close the door, and she shows you the progress that she has made as far as this bag of colding. What she has discovered is it does work for populating the mushrooms, where if they are already spored, which means latched onto some sort of food source, they can be put into the bag of colding and they flourish somehow rapidly, actually. What one spore became 10 within about 12 hours. Bless you.
Thank you.
So this seems like it is going to work. What she's also discovered is that if you put a sampled mushroom that's latched onto meat of some kind and you quickly freeze it in water, you can store the ice cubed mushroom into a regular bag of holding, and it will slowly populate 2 to 3 mushrooms within the ice before the ice melts. It does melt, but it melts slowly from the inside out. So if you can control that in some way, shape, or form, or time that, you could grow your own mushrooms at a lesser rate within a bag of holding. She did say that it appears that when you put things in a regular bag of holding, they kind of float in the space. So if you have things that can break ice in the bag, it will break and ruin the mushroom. She tested that by having a couple of daggers inside of a bag of holding, and when she pulled out the ice balled mushroom, the ice was broken, and she could reach back in and think of piece of ice, and was able to pull out pieces of ice, and then she could see where it looked like a dagger had impacted it. Just just enough to cause the break between the heat inside the ice and the dagger with the ice already being weakened was enough to break it. But she has Marcel. She explains to you how she's taken different species of mushrooms, and the way she's gotten them to have their flavor is by flavoring the meat she quote feeds them.
Hmm.
And whether that meat is dead bodies, dead mushrooms, feces, like it doesn't really matter when it comes to a mushroom. But if you want, let's say, a mustard mushroom to make mustard from, you you happen to, I mean, they have mustard mushrooms now, but they took mustard seeds, grinded it up into the paste, and put it into the meat and fed that to the mushrooms, and they got mustard flavored mushrooms. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's
Okay.
how they do that now. So, um, for your crazy notes, and she does give you one um, 1 cubic foot of frozen mushroom block, and says good luck.
Thank you. Kappa, will this fit inside of the bag of holding you have?
Only one way to find out.
Is there
Yes, it
any
will.
metal in there?
No, as far as my personal knowledge, all I have in there is meat.
Yeah, you took the statue out, so there's technically no other metal in there.
Just meat.
Okay. Do you mind putting this in there and let's try it?
Not a way ahead of you.
Thank you.
You'll have to refreeze it and add water, but if you're going to be north side, remember, do it in the dark.
Okay.
Not with any kind of light, no fire.
What moonlight?
Moonlight would be ideal. Um, or if there's preferably no moon, if it's just the
The moon.
crazy bitches fucking magic shit in the air.
Interesting.
But that's all I got for you, lads. Wee bit of lesson here in the shrooms and how we do things, and thanks to this here bag of hold, and we're gonna be marching and feeding the lads for a while.
I will ask Xenon if she has any more of those spores, because I was only down to 2 from the original 4.
She kind of looks around and goes, "It doesn't look like any of these are about to spore, so I'm afraid not." Although, when your ice thing melts, if they have to spore to spread, maybe you'll get lucky and be able to capture it in the right moment.
Sure.
And then she leads you back to the main hall. It's probably been about another couple of hours with um, Sinon. That was not a quick thing to go through. So, Fenris, Naval, and Thynar, what were you all doing?
Quick out of character question. You mentioned there was a library. Would Naval know about the library?
Yeah, sure.
Or would it have been brought up at some point by
Yeah,
somebody?
probably.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
I'm gonna go up to Thynar. I'm gonna say, Thynar,
Hey,
good friend.
yay.
Are you a book person?
Yeah, it
No.
depends on the book.
Okay. Well, I heard there was a library here. I haven't had time to look into it, but I don't know if you'd be interested. I was thinking of popping
Sure.
by and maybe seeing if I find anything.
Hey.
I don't. Also out of character, would he know how to get there?
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Naval will be like, okay, well, if you want to come with me, I'll go see if I can find someone who can take us there because I don't believe I know. I've only heard it's here. I don't know where it is.
Sure, yeah, someone will find us and guide us, I'm sure.
Mhm. And then I'll kind of look to Fenris and maybe ask the same question and be like, would you want to come with too?
Fenris?
Fenris, yeah.
No, I'm going to go train.
Oh,
To each their own.
fair enough.
Good luck to you. We're gonna go head off, and then Thynar and I will go and I'll go see if I can find a dwarf who can show us there. If there's just someone around the Great Hall, maybe.
Easy enough to get to the library.
Alright.
Because as you all are talking about this,
Oh,
Forechammer goes, I can show you where the library is. And since the Fenris there wants to train, it's been a while since I fought anybody.
Mm,
I'll be your sparring partner.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Okay.
Try not to die.
The library's on the way.
I'll put my hand up and I'll be like, good luck, Fenris.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, and then library ho.
So, leading you to the library itself, there is a you kind of like go down these steps, and when you walk into this room, first of all, it's a large circular room. You're
Hmm.
The distance is so great you are not sure how far across it is.
Oh.
You can see the other side, but your just distance is just what? Because when you walk through the threshold of the door, there's books to your left and to your right, and they go all around. They encompass the entire dome area, except for some small sections where there is a walkway and a platform that goes around before going down some more stairs, and then platform around and a platform around.
Okay.
But even like the domed ceiling seems to have books. Like it's
What?
books are everywhere. And Forechamber when he leads you in here, he goes, "Good luck. Don't get lost. I strongly suggest you just talk to the librarian. If you try to go that way will look like this way, and this way will be over there.
Okay.
Your perception of the room stays the same, but the room seems to move around. It's weird. I don't understand it. I don't go in here.
I was gonna say it
People
sounds
tell me
weird.
things. I suggest you talk to the librarian. Good luck."
Definitely sounds like you're describing a labyrinth more than a library, but I'm into it. But I'm not gonna go in. I'll take your word.
Also, if you want to see me kick Fenris's ass, we're just gonna be down this hallway. When you hear girly screams, that's him.
Ooh. I don't know if Einar, do you maybe want to watch this fight first and then maybe come back
I,
here on the way?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm totally fine either way, but I don't know. I feel like it'd be pretty entertaining to watch these two fight. I don't know about you. That's just me.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah,
Why
I
not?
mean, if you're okay with it, yeah, I'll watch this fight, and then I'll come back here on my way back.
As you guys are talking about this, there's
Oh.
one of the younger dwarves who's just kind of walking around the hall goes, wait a minute. Forgehammer's gonna fight? Forgehammer's gonna. Hey guys! Hey guys!
Oh, no.
Hey guys! Forgehammer's gonna fight this little pipsqueak guy. Hey! What?
Oh,
There's gonna be a fight? Yeah, down training area. Hey, go get the guys and the girls. It's gonna be good.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Ooh. Naval is giddy as hell right now.
Can I back out of this?
Is Fenris saying this out loud?
No.
Okay.
I'm definitely thinking it though. Like,
Oh, hell.
So as you guys make your way now to the training area, he takes you to a different one than where you were before Fenris. You were kind of the one for like the army barracks kind of a thing, where they were training with real pointed, sharp object things. He takes you to more of a, I don't want to say kid version, but a less lethal version where it's more blunt objects that's kind of been wrapped in some kind of cloth to give it some semblance of less impact. Um, but kind of in the center of that, in the center of this chamber, is it looks like they were able to take this weird red rock and turn it into sand. There's a black sand pit, um, and there are people that are wrestling in a couple of different ones. There's a group that are just trying to meditate inside of a sandy area, which doesn't make any sense to anybody. Like they keep getting looks like, why are you here meditating when we're fighting like that? Whatever. But as soon as you guys walk in and Forgehammer walks in, like everybody kind of stops and stares. And that little dwarf that was talking and saying all this crap about there's going to be a fight, he's like, "Okay, guys, you guys gotta stop what you're doing. We're taking bets. Forgehammer versus Shadow Elf guy here. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but they're gonna fight. We're taking bets." Forgehammer just kind of looks around and looks at the small dwarf and looks over at you, Fenris, and goes, "I got a diamond on me."
Oh, God.
can I bet on you as well? This definitely feels like a lose-lose situation unless I bet on you.
What do you mean? Just the other day I had a giant spike through my chest. I think you'll be fine.
Steinar,
Hey,
you want your diamond back to bet on this? Because the
it's yours now. If you want me to bet for you, I can.
Sure, and I'll throw it to you and let you decide what to do with it.
You know,
Right now the odds are 100-1 in Forgehammer's favor. So whatever you put in, if he wins, you're just gonna get it back out. If you bet on Forgehammer and Forgehammer wins, you're just gonna break even. The odds
Right.
are stacked terribly against poor Fenris here. But if you bet on
Oh,
Fenris
boy.
and he somehow wins,
we could do this. and I'm talking to Thynar when I say this. Thynar,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to,
Right.
if Fenris is going to give you his diamond, one of us can put in a bet on Forge Hammer and the other on Fenris, and then depending on
Oh.
the outcome, potentially, I mean, we'll probably just break even, but potential that if Fenris by some or far chance that he wins,
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I'll bet on him. Let's do it.
you're going to bet. You're gonna bet on which one? Forge Hammer
Oh,
or
it's his money anyway, so no, I'm gonna bet on Fenris.
okay, well then I'll put mine towards Forge Hammer, and then yeah, okay, all
As
right.
as Forge Hammer and Fenris make their way into the sand pit, um, there's just so many people piling in, and like the walls are stacked. There's like a general hubbub about the crowd, the excitement. Like
Oh man.
it's everybody's pumped, everybody's ready, and then the Forge matron walks in,
Oh no.
Oh,
and the crowd kind of gets a little quiet, and she goes, "Huh, a little sparring match, huh? Forge Hammer versus Fenris. Oh, and there's illegal gambling happening. Perfect.
uh,
Here, I'll put a Battle Hammer diamond on Fenris."
Ooh.
So right now, when you guys put your bet in, it was 100 to 1, in not in Fenris's favor. Um, but you guys bet. So for everybody after you, they have different odds. So you don't know what her odds are at this point,
Oh man.
but gambling is fun. That's why this is rated mature content.
heck yeah.
So, as Fenris, as you and Forchhammer are in the sands, the roar of the crowd is crazy. As soon as she says she's putting money down, ignoring the illegal gambling and just taking part in it, it's just like you can feel the energy in your soul. It's just ah. Forge Hammer kind of looks around and he adjusts his arm, his his uh, wrist guards, the leather straps that he typically wears. He adjusts them, kind of tightens them, and he flexes his huge muscles as the forge hammer still floats around him. He kind of gestures to it to land in the sand, and he goes, "So, what what weapons would you like to use?"
Originally, I was thinking of using my short swords, but that doesn't. I don't want to kill anyone, so something similar, maybe.
Or you could use your short sword. You're not gonna kill anyone.
I will use my short swords then.
Oh man.
All right. In that case, I think, and he opens up his hand, and the forge hammer comes into his
Oh
hand. But
no.
he goes, he grasps it with both hands, and then they become two short swords.
Oh.
They morph down and shrink because his is a giant maul. So they morph down, shrink, and split into two. And there's a deft um, a deftness to him, as though he seems more comfortable with these swords than the hammer itself. And as he spins them around and shatters them against each other, there's a spark of. And he goes, "Huh, they still have the forge property while they are swords. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Maybe somebody will die today.
Oh no. This is awful.
Roll
Oh,
initiative.
No,
Roll
man.
initiative, Fenris!
is there like arena music?
I'm looking for it.
Put on the leather.
Yes.
15.
I need like epic battle music. Come on. Give me
Heck
something
yeah.
good.
Oh.
Oh, what is this? What is this gonna give me?
Real weapons. You're crazy.
He is
Right,
crazy.
it's my best chance is to use real weapons, so
Yeah.
No.
a fist fight is just not in my favor.
Training sword? Whatever. It's too late.
Use what you know. Oh yeah.
I need to make. I need to have giant monsters on the horizon make me some arena style music. That'd be so
That'd be
cool.
nuts.
That definitely sounds like dwarves cheering.
Hell yeah! Let's edit this.
I dig it. This is awesome.
Let's. Where is Fenris? There we go. Unhide Fenris. Hide everybody else. So it's just Fenris in the initiative. Alright, and let's go to
So sorry I missed this. Is this really happening?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, this is
It's
happening.
actually happening.
This is actually happening.
Is there outside help?
Probably not.
No.
Probably not, yeah.
It'd be
So
very
let's-
frowned upon, I imagine.
So, Thynar, how many cures you got ready on hand?
I am fully stocked.
Hey, if I get a good sneak attack in, like, come on.
I got at least 6 cures.
Good sneak attack. You might,
Bring it back
you
to
might
and-
scratch an itch there.
Let's see. We have. Does this group have a generic party token? It does not. Cool. We'll use Dead Halnafane.
Dead out. Yeah.
Dead Halnafane's going to be the party token. So we're going to put Dead Halnafane here. We will give him control to all players.
Dead hell.
Can see. So now everybody should have been pinged to that. Everybody should be able to see. We'll just use this old death area as what happened last time, where people died. It's gonna be great. Save the encounter, run the encounter, and Fenris, what was your initiative?
15.
You, sir, just barely go first.
Ooh.
Oh.
Very nice.
You lucky dude, you.
Well, I am going to use my bonus action to do insightful fighting.
What does that
Uh,
do?
You make a deception check and I make an insight, and hopefully I beat your deception.
What?
25, I'm
Wow,
pretty
nat-
sure I'm gonna beat it.
Ooh,
Nat 20. Yes.
There it is.
Yes.
Okay, well, we will see. Deception.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be high.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's a 14. It's a 14.
Alright.
So,
So
what does
now,
that mean?
whenever I make an attack on you, whether I have advantage on it or not, I sneak attack you.
Oh, you cheater!
Mhm,
Nerf!
mhm, mhm.
Nerf Fenris.
Nerf that. Coming in.
So I will use my movement to move up and
Okay.
attack you.
Go for it.
That's
Go
strong
for
as
it.
heck.
Attack Forge Hammer.
26
Boom
to
with
hit.
a 26 coming out the gate.
Damn it.
20 damage
Strong.
total.
Jiminy Christmas. Where is this? This is what I need. I'm gonna move this over here.
It's going great.
A 26. Damn.
That's brutal.
Damn, that hits.
Damn.
That better
Damn,
hit.
for 20 points of
20
damage.
Mhm.
Alright, alright.
Cut him up.
That would be my turn.
Alright, so as after Forge Hammer goes, it makes that hammer and anvil sound with these two short swords. You kind of take that opportunity to look, and you see an opening. And before Forge Hammer, as Forge Hammer is recoiling from that hit, you zoom in and get a good graze, like a chunk of meat cut on the side here. Before Forge Hammer, Forge Hammer is larger for a dwarf, but still not very tall. Kind of as you're hunched down in your not prone, but kind of prime position, he kind of looks down at the wound and looks up at you and goes, "I see." And he puts the two swords back together and has the hammer again.
Oh no.
And he goes, as he smacks down with all of his shite. Oh, that's not, nope. Okay, it's this first. Sorry, this first. An 18 to hit.
That just hits.
Okay. Is there any saves for this? Oh
Uh-oh.
God.
Oh.
God.
This is not good.
Oh no.
Nope, there's no saves. Okay. You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, 9 points of necrotic damage, and 11 points of poison damage.
What?
Well, I'm unconscious.
Oh no.
Mhm.
Oh, such a strong start.
Right from the get-go, he just goes big hammer and like video game action. You guys can see it from all angles. And Fenris, the top of his head smashed with this hammer. Fenris goes face first into the sand. Not only is there a crack from the hammer hitting his head, but a whole fucking crater is made from
Oh my goodness.
Fenris hitting the ground.
No.
And then Forge Hammer lifts the hammer up and goes, "Oh, I don't get to hit again?" Puts the hammer against his shoulder and goes, medic? Medic! Before one of the matrons does a healing for 1 point. You get 1 point back. They are making sure you feel nice and disgraced.
That was quick.
Oh, man.
Was there a bet that he'd make it out of the first round?
Nope, nobody said anything about rounds.
Nope.
So many people are like, they're like looking around like, what? Why'd you use weapons? Boo, you should have used fists.
Ooh,
And then some
that
others
would
are
have
like,
been
no one
terrible.
can beat Forge Hammer! Forge Hammer! And others are like,
Photo rematch.
I stopped doing what I was doing for him to get hit once? What?
Oh no.
So how much did you bet for him, and how much did you bet against him?
It was 1 diamond for and one against, right?
Yeah.
So.
So it was a 1 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you
So I
So you
believe
lost one.
I put
yeah,
mine on
you
Forge
get
Hammer,
one.
so
You get 1 diamond back
Okay.
okay.
because the odds were terrible. Had
Yeah.
he won, you would have gotten 100 diamonds back. That's the whole 1 to 100 ratio there. Excuse me. So everybody's like, "What? This is all I what? This is all I what? This is all I." And Forge Matron's like, "Oh well,"
Oh man.
and walks away.
Mm-hmm.
Forge Hammer, as you are, as Fenris, as you're kind of like coming back to consciousness, and the back of your head hurts, your face hurts, and you just feel these eyes staring at you, and there's like under their breath, the crowd being as loud as it is, you hear, "You still have some way to go there." Before
That
Forge Hammer just walks away.
that went about as expected.
uh,
Yeah, I was hoping I was going to get to do more. They get
damn.
they get multi attack,
Oh.
Oh.
and
Oh.
then
Mhm.
part of their attack is magical darkness that I would have just rewritten as not being darkness but something else, some sort of other kind of cloud. And then the following attack adds 66 necrotic damage.
Oh, not a
Oh my
this,
god.
not a
this,
chance.
this guy, blessed Forge Hammer. The
Mhm,
AC
mhm.
is low, but even when like against the Drow, when Forge Hammer was fighting them, I mean AC is only 17. It was very easy to hit him, but
Mm-hmm.
a lot of hit points and
Can we
hits for like a truck.
Oh,
can we know how much of a dent Fenris was able to get? I mean, because he did pretty good.
I mean, it was only 20 points of damage
only.
Yeah, but I mean,
Hmm.
in one hit.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
20 points in one hit is pretty good.
It
yeah.
was only 20 points of damage.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
it's fortunate.
We had multi attack, and then the following turn, multi attack plus death die
Mhm.
die damage. Like in
Oh,
retrospect,
oh.
who
Mhm.
I
knows?
think the whole group would have made it to like round 2, maybe 3,
Yeah.
before he TPK'd us.
Hang on. Let's see.
Also, out of character, who's in charge of the party funds?
It was you.
Oh, was it
Yeah.
me? Okay, all right. Good to know. I just needed a reminder because I think I'll just put my diamond towards party funds.
Oh,
Do it.
So, well, since we just lost a diamond's worth, so it's only fair, I think.
so you all would have lasted longer than 2 rounds. He would have
Mhm.
killed 1 round.
Oh god.
Yeah, his ability isn't an AoE ability
Mm-hmm.
that does the extra damage. It's a single point. So, yeah, you would have survived a couple of rounds. You might have been able to do something to him.
Mhm. Mhm.
He
Mhm.
hadn't just barely hit.
Right. He just he just don't get hit. Um but what's as the party's over, as they say, and Fenris is no longer feeling like practicing anything as he's scraping sand out of his face and
Oh.
just kind of thinking whatever thoughts Fenris is thinking. Naval, you gonna go back to the library?
Yeah, I'm gonna look to Thynar and I'm gonna be like, well, shall we go back to the library then?
I guess so. That was
Uh,
expected.
Oh.
okay, yeah, and we'll
raise
make
my
our.
hand and be like, Thynar, can I get
Aye,
some help?
Oh yeah, maybe.
sure.
All right, we go check our room first.
Walk over to him.
We'll both go down.
Do you need a hand up?
I could use a hand up as well
There
as
we go.
some
I'll
more
add another hand.
healing, if you don't mind.
I don't
So
know.
when you're looking at Fenris, right? Like Fenris is usually fairly clean kept.
Yeah.
Currently, there is still blood pooling in the back of his neck and it's
shit.
kind of dripping down his shirt.
Oh.
As you look at him,
Yeah.
like there's a weird indention in his
Oh
hood that he
no.
typically wears.
Okay.
He's got a little stutter of his speech going
Oh.
on, and
Maybe
Oh.
I'll add in some of my healing too. We'll get you maybe
Hey.
he's got
both put something in there. Thynar.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch him and cast Cure Wounds at level 2. Oh no.
And if needed, I'll pull out my hammer. I'll kind of give you a little
There
butt
you
smack,
go.
and I'll add some in there too.
there you go. 17 hit points
Yeah,
back.
17.
He's
That's
Okay,
pretty much all of them.
And I'll
he still
drop
needs he needs a little more.
Naval will also pitch in a cure wounds
Perfect.
just to finish him up there, get him back to normal.
So
I'll drop the
he
diamonds
gave-
in your lap too.
He gives Fenris a smack. He gives
There we
Fenris
go.
a smack in the butt with his hammer, kind of just right up there.
ooh, Fenris kind of twitches when he sees the hammer coming towards him.
Don't worry, it's meant to help you. Trust me. And then he just before he can quick react, just kind of just taps him there. Just,
Sure.
Oh, here you go.
Roll your
There you go.
roll your cure
Yeah,
wounds there.
Yep. Here we go.
The fun thing about the new virtual tabletop we're testing is whenever you hit cure, if you have a target selected, it'll give that person the healing automatically back.
That's really cool.
There's
Oh,
no
cool.
adjustments we have to
That's gonna be
manually
cool.
do. It just does it. Same thing for damages on enemies or allies, like it just does it. AoE spell just does it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Super cool.
All right. Well, I gave him another 6, so.
There you go. So now I think he's back up.
Full.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Awesome.
And I
So
will follow you to the
dent
library.
has popped back out,
Oh,
and he's got full faculties of his abilities again.
Oh,
And
all right.
as you all go to the library, probably around this time is when Marcel and Kappa are being led back with Sinan, and they kind of see you all together, and there's like this general hubbub going around. What do you guys do?
Did we miss something?
Nope. To the library we go.
Fenris had a fun encounter with Forge Hammer, and well, it's fine. It's fine.
It was entertaining to say the least.
Did it take long?
Learn not to make
Nope.
him mad. That's for sure.
Not long at all.
Nope. Quite quick.
Barely 6 seconds.
Quite quick, actually. Very fast.
I did get a good hit in though. No, not really. Just keep going.
Let's not overshadow. You did get a good hit. I will vouch for you on that. It was one good hit, but it ended very quickly. Anyways, library. We're heading that way.
Books.
Would you like
All
to
right,
join
I'll
us?
follow you.
All right, Kappa, you coming too?
I'm okay.
Oh.
Fine.
Take that as a then? Okay.
Maybe I find a cookbook.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. To the library ho.
I'm the librarian.
Yep. Yeah. We're not going into that labyrinth.
Nope.
We'll just go up to the librarian.
All right. So you guys go into the library. Giant spherical room of books,
So big.
ladders, stairs, and a warning of good luck, don't get lost. What do you do?
Well, I assume there's like a front desk where the librarian is, right?
There is not a front desk, but the stairs that you're at do lead down to what is considered the bottom of the sphere, where there are a few small round tables. Excuse me. And about three dwarves, each in gray robes with long white hair. So as you, I guess, make your way down the stairs to them, or
Yeah.
venture in to try to grab a book.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So as
Assuming
you
it's
all walk down, it's weird. Your perspective as you leave the entryway changes,
Oh
and it's
no.
not so much of you coming out from the side, so much as you coming out from the bottom, and you're just every time you step, the sphere rotates around you until you are at the table. Because when you started walking, it looked like the table wasn't down; it was ahead of you, but it's on its side. And as you were walking, it was rotating down until you met it. Or were you rotating? Space is weird here.
Oh man.
Can we just ask people to bring us the books instead of fighting?
Oh, aye, that's what test librarians are for. That was quite a juicy with you walking in the first time, eh?
Oh yes.
Ooh.
Unlike anything I've ever been in before.
It's a one of a kind. Or at least I think so.
Oh, you're definitely right.
So, tell me, what kinds of books are you interested in today? I don't know if anyone's told you, though. There's a rule of one book per person. So think carefully about what it is you're interested in, and me and the other two librarians will do our best to grab you a book on the topic.
I'll just lend assistance to Neville on whatever he was searching for.
Okay. Um. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, and if Marcel's doing that, I'll assume if he's next to me, I'll kind of just go over and be like, so, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have a particular type of book I was looking. Sorry, is my mic close enough? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm just making sure. It looked like you were trying to listen hard. Okay, gonna be honest, I didn't really have an idea of what kind of book I was looking for. Okay, I did have an idea. I was just thinking of looking for maybe some kind of book that would be useful to an artificer such as myself. Whether that's, I don't know, maybe books on spells or creations or something like that. That's really all I had in mind coming in here.
I
All right.
see, I see. So, let me see. This is probably the oldest collection of literature in the frozen north, and you choose to learn more about what you already are.
Well, I mean, there's always room for improvement or more to learn. I like to think. I mean,
Sure,
yes, yeah,
sure.
I know what I know, but if I can always learn more.
So, on the artificer side, you say,
That is my specialty.
So, are you. Um, let's see here. Artificers infuse magic into things to do their bidding. Say, are you for the more... She leans in real close. Darker magics? We have a couple of forbidden tomes around here that might tickle your pickle, as it were.
Mm,
Do you want to
I'll,
create cursed items?
I don't know if I'm looking to infuse an item that would potentially be bad for me, per se.
I mean, everything could or may not be bad for you or others. After all, I see the weapon you and Forge Hammer came together to make. That is something to hurt others.
Yes, I personally have not had a chance to test it out yet, but it would be the intention for it if we come into conflict with other creatures that impede our path.
Hmm. What is this little thing on with the skull and crossbones? What is that?
Oh, that is my latest creation that I have just recently built. He's my little cannon. His name is Winston.
Winston the cannon. May I see it?
Yeah, Naval will just kind of like bend over, kind of pick it up, hold it in his hand, and he'll kind of just maybe hold it out to the librarian. Yeah, go
Hmm.
ahead.
Hmm. Hmm. And so you're looking for literature on ways to what enhance your abilities. Learn more about the magics of the artificers.
That's what I had in mind coming in here.
Perfect. I think I know something for you. And the rest of you, any particular literatures, whether they be divine or dark, that you might be interested in?
Mm. You have anything on the Spider Queen?
Indeed, I do. We do have a lot of things on the Spider Queen. More specific, sir. More specific.
Um, let's go with the kind of curses she has at her disposal.
Spider Queen curses. Okay, okay. We might have something. Yes, I believe we do. It's not for the faint of heart, though. Steel your resolve, young man, for this book could consume you, but it'll be fine, I'm sure. Does anybody else have a request? Only the two. Only the two seekers of knowledge here. An
Just
opportunity
one
to
book?
learn things. Aye, one per person. That's currently the rule as we are at wartime.
Anything of divine nature?
We have a lot of things of divine nature.
No, divine about nature.
Divinity found within nature? Divinity within nature. That's a very broad subject. Do you have any way of narrowing it down?
Um, maybe something along the lines of mm, maybe of healing of the body, the mind, the spirit.
Divine divinity within nature of healing properties. Okay, okay. Yes, I think there is something here. 3 down, 2 to go. Anybody else? Speak up. Last chance to learn something. Perhaps some forbidden knowledge. The potion of love, maybe? One of you have a little sweetheart you're looking for? No?
No,
How about...
no.
How about the divine ways of chords ale making? No? All right.
Ah,
How about a book on enchanting an item?
Enchanting items. We have those aplenty. Is there a particular relic you'd like to enchant, like wands or swords or hammers? As each is a different type of enchanted magic.
I'll start off with wands.
Perfect. Enchanting wands, all right. Anything for you, young sir?
I don't know. I'm kind of getting a headache in here. You got anything with pictures in it?
Anything with pictures?
Hey, but surprise me.
Surprise you and with pictures.
Hey,
Uh-oh. Careful now.
Yes, okay, all right. Is that your final answer, young man? Surprise you as long as it has pictures.
hey. Oh, I don't like that.
I love it. All right, here we go. Poof. And when they snap of their fingers, they all disappear. But as you look around, they are in different places of this large spherical
Oh,
library thing.
So cool. I
that's
can imagine.
unsettling.
And when you look up, they look up, but it's them looking down. Like you're each looking up to see the other.
Oh,
It
Help.
is very much a mindfuck labyrinth of a library.
I see.
And
I'll be happy with
as they get to these books and they reappear back in front of you, and they have within their hands 5 books, each of different color. They look like different material. You can almost swear that looks like skin. And that's where we'll end tonight's episode of Rime of the Frostmaiden.
What a time.
Mhm.
Oh
RP.
man.
Oh.
Oh man. I will have to figure out why my Mithril plate +1. It was supposed to be +1. It didn't
Oh,
transfer over. I've got to
weird.
fix that,
Oh,
and I will add. I will start adding the things to your all use inventory.
yeah.
Oh,
As far as the things that you get. Kappa, I assume you shredded the dire wolf and consumed all the meat, as far as in your bag or whatever, right? Basically,
There's nothing left.
yeah, yeah.
Not even bones.
220 pounds of dire wolf flesh.
Wow.
Wow.
That includes heart, liver, one eyeball, and the brain.
What bones?
If you want bones, your bag of holding, I don't know, will contain the weight. And you have a ice block to think about in your bag as well.
I forgot what the max weight is for a bag of holding.
500.
5 hundos.
Yep. 5 hundos. I don't really do like the whole cubic feet thing like that. That's math. Blah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
500 pounds though. Got it.
Yeah. Clear cut answer.
Right.
Yep.
But dire wolves are big and heavy, especially in the frozen north. They are huge. They are considered huge creatures. So
Dang.
Wow.
those
Nice.
bones are not light bones.
No.
But
Nice.
who's on that we can raid, y'all? Let's check that out.
Who's on?
Who's on that we can raid? Who do we got? Who do we got? Anybody good? Anybody new? Anybody I've never heard of? What are they playing? They're speaking in Spanish. Oh, we have a Descent into Avernus game. That's fun. I don't know what you guys are doing. Road to Nico Town. Homebrew. Oh. Peachy King Fox. I like that name. And they are LGBTQIA plus, just like we are. So let's send them some love. And those of you who stayed up with us on today's adventure, thank you very much. And Mythical Rollers will be back tomorrow for Waterdeep Dragon Heist as we pick up where Adnan jumped into a time trap after Tegan said, "No, that's time magic, run away." And of course, Adnan jumped in. So we will see what happens with a guy who has teeny tiny sliver amount of time magic himself thinks he can charge right on into a time trap built by
Oh God.
a wizard who's been doing it for who knows how long. We'll be
Hmm.
there 7:30 tomorrow, today, I guess, p.m. Central Standard Time, and we'll catch you all then. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
3, 4, 5, 6. No, just 5 of us gonna go. All right, that's fine. Bye.
Woo.
Pew, and we're off.